How are you all doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm still just trying to recover from that fall. Still not easy to move around, but I hope you all are doing well. Like I said. I was going to stream yesterday, but I got a book I wanted to read. And it was a bit of a hassle getting to it. But it wasn't too big of a problem. So let me just get the link. Alright. Got my link. Let's make sure that the bots are in place. Alright. Looks like that's up, but just have to get the receiver in there. As usual, let me get the link shared out before we get started. Alright, looks like it's working on that end. Just need to get the links out. But yeah, it was pretty decent. It was the book that I got was just the latest installment of Detective Conan, the English releases. And in it, they had a bit of interesting trivia in there. The trivia was more of a case regarding Sherlock, because Gosho Oyama is quite a fan of the genre of mystery, detective, and crime fiction. I label them as separately because they can all be the same, but there are things that separate them out, generally. Like, for example, a Lupin story would not necessarily be a detective fiction story, but it can be a mystery. And so in the case that they featured in there that was talking about that trivia, something interesting was mentioned. Over in Japan, when Sherlock was supposedly translated into Japanese originally, the setting was changed from England to Japan, and the characters had their names changed to Japanese names. And how that came to be interesting to me is that's kind of similar to how Detective Conan came to where I am. Because when it was originally being dubbed in English, it used different names for the characters than what the Japanese version does. And Viz picked up on a lot of those names, except for the names of characters that showed up in the final episodes of Funimation's dub. after Funimation's dub kind of went bye-bye, TMS commissioned Bang Zoom to do the dub, and I say that TMS is responsible because even though Discotech is responsible for releasing the stuff here, it's ultimately TMS that decides everything now. So that's how we were able to get the more recent Detective Conan movies, like movie 19 and onward, I want to say, even though we didn't get anything past movie 6 before then. So there's still quite a large gap of that, but when Bang Zoom started doing the dubs for TMS, the characters seemingly got their names back to the original. Likewise, Sherlock seems to have gotten his name back in the Japanese releases when they redid them. So it's kind of interesting that they had that little tidbit. Not too sure how accurate it is, though. Because accuracy is an important thing in getting that information right. Okay. And of course, I had problems accessing it. Can't really get into too much detail on that, though, about what exactly the troubles were. But all in all, it was just so interesting, that one, including the case that a lot of people don't like for various reasons. And the case itself was just something that aired quite a while ago, like 6 years, I want to say now. Just 2 more places to share this, and then we'll be free to start things out. And there were other funny things to be found too. Alright. Got my link shared out. My nose is running a bit, so I'm gonna take this chance right now to go get some water, and then I'll bring up the game and we can start. So be right back. Alright, I'm back now. Now it's time to bring up the game. And here we are. Alright. As I've said countless number of times before, this is a visual novel, so if you don't like those, feel free to leave right now, and I wouldn't blame you. But I do hope you stick around, and as I said previously, I hope you all are doing well today. Okay. Time to get into this. Now, unlike the times when I started, this should be going quicker because I should be able to skip a lot of things, but let me just get adjusted. Ooh. I wasn't expecting it to be like this. So I get a choice. Nice. This is kind of reminding me of another VN that I got on the Switch here, Archetype Arcadia. So I'm glad that this is gonna go much quicker here. So, insurance agent. 2 days until... what? It was the middle of May. The rainy season arrived in Okinawa earlier than usual. Rain fell relentlessly and the humidity increased in tandem. I asked my life coach Isan for advice on how to deal with the high humidity that worsened by the day. According to his words of wisdom, I was to keep the dehumidifier on at all times. While I was scared to imagine how that would impact my electricity bills, I was told that negligence would lead to mold. Unconvinced, I peeked in my closet. The futon had turned an unseemly color. Cue the awkward moment where I had to tearfully bid goodbye to my bedding. The month of May so far had given me quite the rude awakening. I'll see you off here. It's all up to you now, Nishime. I knocked on the door after Akari dropped me off. I told a female worker the purpose of my visit and was led to a room further back. I found myself in a small meeting room. There was a table that could seat around 6 people. I vaguely remembered that the spot at the end of the table was the seat of honor. But the question was, which end? A 50-50 chance, huh? As I pondered, the lady directed me to sit in the seat farthest toward the back. I sat down in relief. Today, I'm here for an interview. I stopped working for the sugarcane mill back in April. Sugarcane was harvested in March. Then in April, it gets processed into raw sugar. It was always going to be a seasonal job. That meant I had to find another one for the summer. I had looked through several job listings, but most were recruiting in Naha. According to Yasong, companies tended to welcome new employees in April, meaning most would stop recruiting by the end of the month. It seemed like there was no hope. Then Akari reached out to me. She proceeded to take me to Hisaku Island's top resort hotel. They didn't have any job listings, but apparently they were always on the lookout for possible long-term hires. Compared to working in the sugarcane fields and mill, this was on the opposite end of the spectrum labor-wise. I would be signing a contract and following strict and systematic labor regulations. This would be my first job that felt like a proper job. A proper job? Come on, the last one was a proper job too. Not to mention that it was my first interview. I didn't have the slightest clue what kind of questions they'd throw at me. There was a knock on the door. It was soon followed by an older lady who burst into the room. Hi there! She looked like she was in her 40s. From the sheer volume of her greeting alone, I could see that she was the powerful and energetic type. I'm Suzuki, the manager. Great to meet you. In one swift motion, she took her seat and greeted me. All of her movements were sharp and exaggerated. It took me by surprise, but thankfully I had some prior experience and could handle some pressure from women her age. Thank you for meeting with me today. I attempted to match her energy with my response. Sure thing, could you hand me your resume? And right off the bat, the interview had begun. I took my resume out of my bag and handed it over. Hikaru Nishime, huh? So, why do you want this job? I needed to get by. I was working at a sugarcane mill, so I had to leave by the end of the month. That's no good. When we ask you that, you have to respond with why you want to work at the hotel specifically. Let's see. Why do I want to work at the hotel? I want to work at the hotel so I can work my way up the ladder and then dissolve the company. That's why. Oh? That's not good either. It seems like you're not even trying. Have another go at it. If it didn't seem like I was trying, shouldn't I be kicked out then and there? I thought I was pretty much done for, but she gave me another chance. This left me pretty confused. I want to work at this hotel because I followed her instructions and restated my reasoning. I couldn't come up with a proper reason though, and settled with mentioning that it seemed cool. Was that still no good? Rather than not being any good, you sure are crafty. You were quick to come back with a new reason, but I don't feel any sincerity in your answer. Understood. You're improving already. Let's try that again. Suzuki tossed my resume. She didn't even take a peek at it. I worked pretty hard on it too. More importantly, I had no idea where this interview was headed. Did job interviews usually play out like this? What was she trying to test me on? A sense of doubt welled up inside me as I continued to give my reasons. After about half an hour of this, Suzuki let out a sigh. This isn't too promising. In the end, it was all for naught. But it looks like you have a good head on your shoulders, so let's give it a try. I guess I was given a chance after all. Really? I'm not sure what to expect though. Your broodiness leaves a bad impression, but you seem clever, so I'm sure you'll grow as you learn to lay yourself bare. Suzuki gave me her final thoughts. Our conversation not only made no sense, but it had also turned into some personality test. Broodiness, huh? That kinda stung. Afterwards, she handed me a bunch of paperwork. One of the documents required parental consent, but I called my grandfather about that. Asking Suzuki would probably open a can of worms, so I kept my mouth shut and nodded along. Alright then, be sure to turn in all of your paperwork tomorrow. Let's wrap it up for today. The interview is over. I only had a brief moment to let the relief wash over me before Suzuki led me out of the meeting room. I had to run to keep up with her rapid pace. Oh, there's the owner. Make sure to bow. We stopped in the middle of the corridor. A dignified man entered my field of vision. He was clad in a dressy suit and wore a greedy expression on his face. Based on some previous experience, nothing good came out of getting any sort of attention from the wealthy and powerful. I followed Suzuki's example and bowed respectfully. I did my best to stay as still as a statue. My eyes then drifted to the person standing next to the owner. Our eyes met. Good day to you. Wait. She's back? Now I wonder what's gonna happen. Especially since her hair's grown out. The person standing by the owner was a girl. I recognized her trademark curls. It was the pitiful girl who had initially shaved her hair to become a Noro priestess, but as that fell through, she was left with a bald head in vain. Ah, so this is after Akari, okay. That's interesting to know. A lot of the times in visual novels, these roots would just be different stories, but along like parallel universes, kind of like Clanad and that. This, however, just seems like just chronological order in another chapter. So I kind of wish it just went on from where I last left off, but oh well. Back to this, but somehow it had all grown back. What's up with your hair? Isn't it lovely? It's no wonder, as I had the foresight to make a wig out of my own hair after all. Wait. You didn't grow your hair back? You made a wig out of it? I just knew things would turn out this way. Sure you did. Sure you did. Huh? That's pretty impressive. If she knew that in advance, then why did she shave it in the first place? Do you know the owner, Nishime? Suzuki raised a puzzling question. There was no way I was acquainted with someone like him. Not at all. Excuse you? How could you say that in my presence? So she's the daughter of the owner. Wait, what do you mean? It seems that you're misunderstanding something. The owner of this hotel is none other than me. Sure. Sure it is. I think the owner is your father, not you. You're joking. Didn't you just turn 15 this year?
本当でしたよ。このホテルはお父様が誕生日プレゼントにくれたんですの。
It's true, my dear father has given me this hotel as a birthday gift. Okay. He has, and why? I know that you wanted to be in business administration, but come on. I don't think she's got too much business sense if she needs to go to school for it. You're kidding. I shot Suzuki a dubious look. Miss Kiriko is indeed the owner. You had better behave yourself. So she wasn't kidding. A hotel is a birthday gift? Rich people are on a whole nother level. I'm kind of thinking the same thing here, Hikaru.
この男、合格したんですの？
Did this young man pass the interview? Goldilocks asked haughtily. Suzuki responded without flinching. Yes, I still have my doubts, but we've hired him.
そやな一面があるので、厳しく指導して差し上げなさい。
Wait, is that so? He's got quite the vulgar side to him, so be sure to train him thoroughly. Are you sure that's not because of the dogs? Like, I know that he has a dirty mind, but come on, the dogs are the ones encouraging it. Understood. The overbearing Suzuki from the meeting room turned meek and obedient in the owner's presence. It opened my eyes to the strict hierarchy they abided by, and I would be added to the very bottom of said hierarchy starting tomorrow. Well, yes, but her boss is the people staying at the hotel. Everyone in between her and them is just middle management. I would officially be Goldilocks' underling. That left a sour taste in my mouth. But that's society for you. I stiffly left the office. Akari greeted me by the front desk. How'd it go? I got the job for now.
よかったですね。まあ、オーナーのコネですから、よほどのことがなければ不合格にはならないでしょう。
Good for you. Well, I did use my connections with the owner, so unless you really messed up, there's no way you wouldn't have gotten it. So it was Akari that got us the job. Well, this is a bit realistic, the connections get you the job kind of thing, but it's still kind of funny that Kiriko ended up being the owner. Looks like he knew about her all along.
もちろん。というか、オーナーに声をかけたわけですからね。
Of course I did. I actually reached out to her directly. You really should have given me a heads up.
人生にはサプライズが必要ですよ。何にせよ、あかりも土下座して頼んでみた甲斐がありましたね。
Life's no fun without surprises anyway. All's well that ends well. Guess it was worth begging on my hands and knees. Wait, did you really go that
と
far?
いうのは冗談で、西目さんを採用しないとお祭りに一緒に行ってあげないと言ったら、すぐに返事が来ました。
Just kidding. I told her that if she didn't hire you, I wouldn't go to the festival with her, and she agreed to it right away. Was it really okay for my employment to be decided over something so trivial?
いいんですよ。島での採用なんて大半が縁故です。
Don't worry about it. Most of the islanders get their jobs through connections anyway. Just like in real life.
人が少ないだけに頼まれたら断りづらいですし、知らない人間なんていませんからね。
The less people there are, the harder it is to say no, especially since pretty much everyone knows each other around here. Well, yes, that's true, and that's kind of why you want to do job hunting through, like, networking and that instead of using the online forums, because sure, nowadays you have to use the internet to get a job, but the problem with the internet is you've got a lot of ghost jobs to sift through, and so if you can get connections through networking with people properly, you can weed out those quite easily. But then again, even networking can be hard since if you don't have a car or anything like that, you just can't really get to those social events to do that kind of networking. At least over here, in the better developed places, it is definitely possible to do all of that. This seemed to be a normal part of their culture. And it was a far cry from how things worked in
そ
Tokyo.
んなことより、超絶恩人であるところの美少女あかりちゃんにお礼の品はないのですか？
Anyway, is there something you'd like to offer as thanks to your savior, the island cutie? No, not unless you're willing to see how far I can throw you towards the nearest window. You did help me out. I don't have any cash on me, so let me know if there's anything you want me to do.
では、男の子になってあかりのメイドをしてください。
In that case, could you dress up and serve me as my maid? No, I will not. I will throw you out the nearest window, though. Hard pass. I delivered a swift chop to her head. One day until the incident.
話あるんだけど。
I need to talk to you, Leland said between mouthfuls of breakfast. What's up? Sounds like a big deal.
私、バイト減らそうと思うの。
I'm thinking of cutting back on my part-time hours. I don't see why not. That was her decision to
あ
make.
のね、仕事を減らすと生活費を出すのも難しくなるのよ。
Well, if I do that, it'll be harder to pay the bills. Are you going to be cutting back that much? Besides, what are you going to do
任
instead?
務のためよ。
It's to focus on my duty. Come to think of it, she was acting as an agent of some sort on behalf of her country. She had come to Toyotoki Island on a mission. She prioritized Akari's audition and left it on the back burner, but she still needed to accomplish her goals to return home. I guess you did put it on hold for a month or so.
少し急ぎたいの。それで、バイトを減らす代わりに家の仕事をしようと思って。
Exactly, so I need to hurry. In exchange, however, I can help more around the house. More housework, huh? I was moved to see her acknowledge our shared communal life. When I first met her, she was insistent on shouldering the responsibility of providing food for herself entirely on her own. Let me get my levels up here. She was even cooking and eating snakes whole. She's come a long way since then. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
じゃあ、今日から家事を全部私がやるわ。
Really? Then I can do all the housework starting
そ
today.
の代わり、食費を安くしてもらう。 それでどう？
But I'd like to have my food expenses reduced. How does that sound? What? Food expenses reduced? Why? You need to eat a healthy meal. Works for me. One of us would work and the other would do the chores. It was a fair division of
私は
labor.
買われたってわけね。
Looks like I was bought after all. What? Did you mean you bought yourself? The conversation took a confusing turn. What do you mean you were bought? I fumbled over my words.
奴隷みたいなものでしょ？
Am I not being treated like a slave? Wait, how did you come up with that? You're not making any
し
sense.
かも気の知れた奴隷。あんたの好みまで知ってる。
I feel like some specialized slave too. I know all your likes and dislikes and everything. Okay. Kind of weird. Might be a bit innocent, but at the same time, why does her mind turn to slavery so much? Stop throwing that word around already. If people started to think I was keeping a female slave, I'd immediately be taken away in handcuffs.
なんて言えばいいのよ。奴隷以外にある？
What would you call this then? Is there another term more fitting than slave? Stop saying that like it's normal. Instead, use something like...
例えば？
Like... Alright, how about maid? Well, that works, but... Why would it be a maid? My limited vocabulary was made painfully clear.
メイドね。私はあんたのメイド。
Okay, then we'll go with that. I'm your maid. The shock of hearing those words had made my heart skip a beat. This well-endowed beauty was my maid.
何ニヤニヤしてんの？キモい。
What are you grinning for, creep? It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
え？家事だけでいい？夜勤や狩猟も得意だけど。
So just housework, right? I'm pretty good at metallurgy and hunting too. I think we're fine without all that. Those are skills that regular people had no need for in modern Japan. Thus, our shared house began to operate under these new rules. I transferred my cooking, shopping, and cleaning responsibilities to Leland. In exchange, I took on around 80% of the food expenses and other daily necessities. Leland had also been taking care of the laundry up to that point, so that wouldn't change. It may seem like my expenses would increase, but it wasn't actually by that much. Though that was because Leland didn't spend money on anything other than food. I was under the impression that girls usually liked buying makeup and other various knickknacks. Weren't they usually particular about the shampoo they used? But considering the circumstances Leland was raised in, and she probably had no interest in such things. Regardless, she was now in charge of all the housework.
そうです。そこで裏返して切れ込みを入れるのです。
Yep, now turn it over and cut here. What? I returned home from my first day of work to find Akari's shoes at the entrance. Meanwhile, Leland was in the kitchen, knife in hand. It appeared that she was learning a few things from Akari. Hard at work, I see.
先にお風呂に入ったら？
I guess, why don't you take a bath first? Oh, is it ready? I was exhausted from my first day at the hotel, which was full of tasks I had no experience with. At the moment, nothing sounded better to me than a bath after a hard day's work. I headed toward the bathing area and saw that my pajamas were already there. It was like I was a guest at a fancy hotel. I submerged myself in the hot water and reflected on my day. The proper greeting, the angle of my bow, the correct way to smile. The entire day was spent on training. Suzuki told me that my experience level was exceptionally low. Therefore, I had the strict practices of the service industry drilled into me for my first day on the job.
盛り付けも大切ですよ。見た目が豪華だと美味しく感じられますから。
Plating is just as important as the food itself. When the food looks pretty, you'll feel like it'll taste good too. Or it could taste awful too, because that's a bit of a cliche in the anime world. By the time I finished my bath, Leland and Akari were putting the final touches on our meal. Today's menu consisted of pork rice with ginger. They placed the steaming pork on top of some finely shredded cabbage. This was Akari's specialty, which only increased my anticipation. I felt very fortunate. The bath was ready when I got home. I had a cooling glass of water right after I bathed, and two beauties had made dinner for me. Life seemed bleak at first, but it seemed like my luck was finally taking a turn for the better. Or so I thought. I saw the food that was placed on the dining table and couldn't help but tilt my head in confusion. What's this? The plate before me had heaping piles of paint. No. The plate before me had heaping piles of paint. Oh my gosh. At least that was what my eyes registered. It looked almost like a curry or stew that was painted over with the three primary colors. See, does he mean primary colors of light? Because that's the first thing that comes to my mind when he says three primary colors.
夕飯よ。
Dinner. What's this dish called? Is it a local dish back where you're from, Leland?
豚の生姜焼き定食よ。
It's pork fried with ginger, plus some sides. I looked at Akari.
申し訳ありません。あかりが少し目を離した隙に何らかの魔法が行使されたようなのですが。
I'm so sorry, I guess she used some kind of magic on the food when I wasn't looking. Is that so? She probably tried to cast those spells they do at the maid cafes, which led to this piece of art that probably could have gotten in Picasso's seal of approval. Yep. Oh my gosh.
美味しいわよ。
Tastes good. Leland had already begun to dig in to her portion. I stilled my resolve and took a bite of the paint soup. It tasted just like regular pork fried with ginger. It was weird. It's good. It actually tastes good, but why does it look like this?
私の故郷ではこういう色が好まれていたんだけど、違う？
People like these colors back where I'm from. Do you not like them? Perhaps they thought using unnatural colors on food elevated the dish. I guess it was the same logic some countries in the West have, where they prefer to use more experimental colors on their desserts. I think I prefer the dish as is.
なら次からそうするわ。
Is that so? I'll be sure to leave it alone
和
next
解の
time.
りって何よりですね。共同生活は最初からうまくいくものではありませんから。
It's great to see you guys make amends. Living under a shared roof doesn't guarantee that you'll get along after
カッ
all.
プルでもご飯の食べ方や味付けで喧嘩することが多いそうですし。
Gosh, here. I've heard that there are tons of couples who fight over how they eat or season their food.
今回の魔法もビルーさんなりの心遣い。美味しくすることは愛情を伝えることになりますからね。
The magic Leland cast was her way of showing she cared. Making the food taste good just shows that love is being put into it after
愛な
all.
んかないわ。
There's absolutely no love involved in this. That was way too blunt. Please put at least some love into the food. Maybe fold it into some dumplings as you wrap them. The day of the incident. Alright. Hold on, guys. I want to check on my phone. Shouldn't be too long, so I'm not gonna switch scenes. Alright. My phone's good, so now I have a better way of getting the time so that I can maintain consistency. Okay. Saku Island held an anime event. While the island was quite large, it was still very much the countryside compared to the city of Naha. So hearing that it had an anime event was surprising. Akari wanted to check it out, so Leland and I decided to tag along.
かなり人が集まってるのね。
There's quite a lot of people here. Leland looked around the venue. It was at the same place as Hisaku's Got Talent. Benches lined the area around the large stage. People had been gathering since earlier in the day, filling up most of the seats. Food stalls had also been set up nearby. Wherever people would gather, food would sell. Despite being a summer festival staple, they even had cotton candy. Children were sure to want some if they knew it was available.
今からでも入れる保険があるんですが。
Hi there, would you be interested in insurance you could sign up for? Right on the spot. What kind of insurance are you selling? Is it the kind of insurance that guarantees that those taking a dirt nap don't wake up? Because I'd go for that. People were even selling insurance here. Wherever people would gather, insurance would sell. I guess anything goes here.
どの辺で見ましょうかね。
Where should we watch from? Before that, I wanted to ask you
何
something.
ですか、西目さん。トイレは混み合うので、出かける前に済ませておいてくださいと言ったじゃないですか。
What is it, Nishime? Didn't I tell you to go to the bathroom before leaving since they'd be super packed here? My gosh. Why are there a bunch of preschoolers? Oh, let's see. Why are there a bunch of preschoolers? I looked over at the seats placed in front of the stage. They were lined with kindergarten-aged girls. The audience was very different from what I had imagined for an anime event. Because she wants to relive her childhood here, that's why it's probably going on.
当然じゃないですか。日朝なんですから。
Of course there would be, it's a Sunday morninger. Is that industry lingo?
日曜の朝にやっているアニメです。
It's an anime that airs on Sunday mornings. The anime in question seemed to be a magical girl show aimed at children. This explained the rows of small girls who had gathered, but it was different from what I had envisioned. Are you really going to do this? You won't
最後
reconsider?
のビッグバンが起こる確率程度にはないですね。
Well, the chances of the second Big Bang happening do seem pretty low. It's kind of funny that she says that because that reminds me of Futurama and how they went so far into the future that the universe basically died and then a Big Bang happened again. So that is kind of funny. Akari faltered a bit, but it seemed that her mind was set. We took our seats in the back row so as to not block the view. I felt so out of place I couldn't help but try to make myself as small as possible. Leland, on the other hand, looked completely fine. She had a heart of steel. When the show began, the venue was filled with cheers from the audience. A magical girl made her appearance and defeated the enemies that stood in her way. A female final boss joined in after two of the villains fell. She wore skin-tight clothing, which emphasized her chest. It was surprisingly provocative for a kid's show. It's funny that they say that. Because my elders would say a lot of the same things for what they have, such as Team Rocket's outfits and that. So, I wouldn't be surprised, but of course kids don't care, they just care about having a good show and being entertained.
これなら最前列に座りたかったですね。
We should have sat up front and blocked the view of the kids? No. Akari clicked her tongue in annoyance. I couldn't bring myself to voice my thoughts, but highly agreed. What? Why agree? This is a children's show, so they need to be up front and have the best view since they're shorter. The show neared its end. Somehow the villain had bested the protagonist. It was a shocking turn of events. It seemed like there was no hope. I was on the edge of my seat dying to know what would happen next, until a female narrator went on stage. Alright everyone, let's cheer Miro on! it seemed that the kids' cheers would revive the heroine, who would then go on to defeat the enemy. Ready? Go! Miro! Miro! Miro Miro came back to life with the children plus Akari's cheers. The so-called magical girl blew the villainess away with an impressive drop kick. The crowd went wild. High-pitched cheers echoed throughout the venue.
今からでも入れる保険があるんですけど。
You can sign up for insurance right on the spot. Again, I hope it's insurance that can keep those experiencing a dirt nap in their dirt nap. The insurance salesman from earlier darn it. The insurance salesperson from earlier determinedly called out amid all the noise. Guess she was still trying to advertise, and her voice seemed to come from really close by. I looked back. The sales lady's chest was even more impressive than the villainess's. Her breasts seemed uncomfortably squished into her blouse, making it seem as if the buttons were barely holding everything together. Everything shook with every step she took, and I couldn't help but stare. When the sales lady noticed my gaze, she began to walk toward me. Please leave me alone. I don't need insurance.
今からでも入れる保険が。
Hi there, we have insurance you can sign up for on the spot. Again, depends on the insurance that you've got. But the insurance I demand is likely illegal. Ah! She tripped over absolutely nothing. It was all so sudden I couldn't even lift a finger to help. All I could do was watch as her breasts approached the ground. Why are you focusing on her chest? And at that moment, one of the buttons on her blouse popped. This could be really bad. They're gonna spill out. In my stupor, her hand reached up and grabbed my pants. Oh my gosh! But no worries, I had a belt on, which unfortunately proved to be useless when someone was pulling down on it with all their might. The lady was about to crash into the ground, bringing my pants along with her. Nope, it wasn't just my pants. My underwear was being pulled down too. Oh my gosh! Oops. My private bits flopped in front of the sales lady's eyes. Oh my gosh. Guess this is a good point in which they aren't doing CG for everything. I had to make you another screen. I heard a high-pitched scream reverberate throughout the area. My memory from then on is fuzzy. When I came to, I found myself at home. I had woken up in my room. I went to the living room to find Leland and Akari there. They looked at me with pity as I entered.
会心の怪人でしたね、西目さん。
I gotta say, that was a pretty ballsy moment, wasn't it, Nishime? You call it that? It's an embarrassing moment for both the sales lady and him. At least it would typically be in a normal sense. Hikari threw out an absurd comment. My memory returned, and I squirmed under the agony of my overwhelming shame.
大変申し訳ございませんでした。
I'm really sorry about everything. The insurance sales lady dropped by to apologize in the evening. She bowed deeply in the entrance and had brought a box of sweets as a gift. It was as if she had brought ruin upon the entire village. Well, it's not like the police got involved. Thankfully, we were sitting in the very back row, so there were no other witnesses to the event, aside from the sales lady. Despite it not being much of a big deal, aside from the emotional trauma it inflicted on me, she stubbornly refused to raise her head. What should I do? I invited her inside for the time being. I also accepted and opened her gift.
お邪魔します。
Pardon the intrusion. I guided her into the living room and motioned for her to take a seat. Leland and Hikari also popped in. The lady bowed to them as well. She stood up from her seat and lowered her head gracefully. It was an apology befitting a calm and composed adult. I truly looked up to fully fledged members of society like her. Why do you look up to people like that? Because a lot of them, they honestly don't think about anything. You think the lack of critical thought is just in religious circles? No. It's in society at large. So I don't get why he looks up to her for being a fully fledged member of society.
一応名刺をお渡ししておきますので。
I suppose I can give you my business card. According to her card, her name was Sumugi Higa. She worked for an insurance company. The area she oversaw was the Hisaku Island region. Seeing her close up, she seemed quite young. She looked to be around 20 years old. No, maybe a little older than that. She had some foreign features. Was she half Japanese? Her hair was slightly wavy and of a lighter color. But what was especially impressive about her appearance was her chest, which I couldn't stop staring at. And this is why I want to punch you in the face, Hikaru. They casually settled on top of the table. I wasn't well versed in cup sizes, but they were definitely high up there. Maybe H or I cups? Again, Hikaru, I want to punch you in the face.
この度は誠に申し訳なく。
I'm truly sorry for what occurred. That's right, she was in the middle of her apology. This was not the time to be looking at her chest.
そんなに謝ることもないんじゃない？
I really don't think you need to go that far. Leland, the outlier of the group, spoke out of
し
turn.
かし非常に失礼なことをしてしまったので。
But I did something extremely
パンチの
rude.
中身を出しただけじゃない。
You just revealed his private
い
parts.
え、リルーさん、普通は出したらまずいんですよ。
Leland, that's totally not okay to do.
あかりが思わず顔を背けてしまうくらい大変グロテスクな。それはエロいものがついているので隠しておく必要があるんです。
They are extremely inappropriate and terribly grotesque things that I can't even bring myself to look at and should be hidden at all times. Kind of funny that she says that. Because a lot of civilization would agree, yeah, but She doesn't have the perfectly innocent mind either.
What?
What is? They even censored it in the text here.
って言ったらダメですよ。全年齢じゃなくなってしまいます。
What do you mean? Is you can't say that. That's not family friendly. And alive. Could you guys please leave? They had completely ruined the serious mood. I shooed them out. Fortunately, the sales lady ignored them. I don't mind it at all. Why don't we dig into the sweets you brought?
でも
But let's sneak in a few bites. They look really good.
それが狙いだったんですね。
Oh, is that why you made them leave? She finally broke into a smile. It was alluring that a mature adult. I opened the box to reveal 3 cream puffs. She apparently included portions for Leland and Akari too. I handed one over to Higa.
いいんですか？
Is it really alright? Of course.
いただきます。
Thank you very much. She happily stuffed her cheeks with the cream puff. It was cute and reminded me of a squirrel or
お父
chipmunk.
さんとお母さんは？
Where are your parents? They're not here for various reasons. I'm living by
西野
myself.
君は高校生？
Are you a student, Nishime? No, I'm
す
working.
ごい偉いんだね。
Wow, that's impressive. I'm not so sure. I feel like it's quite normal around here.
そうかな。一人暮らしまでできる子はそんなにいないよ。
Really? I don't think there are too many people your age who are getting by on their own. The atmosphere eased with our casual discussion. After chatting with her, I found that Higo is actually very easy to talk to. She spoke informally and always had a smile ready. I felt a sense of security, like she would be happy to listen to anything I wanted to tell her. We ended up deep in conversation. As we enjoyed ourselves, Leland told us that she wanted to start prepping for dinner. I looked out the window to see that the sky outside had turned completely dark. Where did the time go? I was reluctant to stop, but it was time to part ways.
ごめんなさい。長居してしまって。
So sorry for outstaying my welcome. Same here. Sorry for talking to you for so long. I saw he got to the entrance. Our first encounter was an unfortunate one, but I would be happy to see her again. As I thought this, I also began to have my worries. I wondered if she had a boyfriend. Not to mention there was a clear age gap. If I voiced my feelings, causing her to look at me differently, I shivered. The mere thought was enough to hurt me
じゃあ
deeply.
ね。よかったらまた話そうね。
See you around. If you're cool with it, let's talk again. Oh, that'd be nice. See you. Ika casually suggested meeting again. It was so sudden that I couldn't help but give her a generic response. Would I really be able to see her again? No way, she was just being polite. I knew that, right? Even so, I couldn't help but grin at the thought. I quickly wiped the smile off my face. Could I really afford to do these things? That had just happened after all. My body could definitely take this much. I'm as fit as a fiddle for now, too. Perhaps I could even look at this as a way to test my limits. I decided to settle for that. On the next work day, I was tasked with working the floor after a full day of training. I donned a hotel worker's uniform and put a badge on my chest, indicating that I was still in training. After changing, I went to participate in the morning assembly. It seemed like Suzuki was admonishing several staff members. What were they gathered for? I had no idea, but I was sure she'd explain eventually. Alright, that's it for now. Hope to see you all working hard today. She didn't. Hold on. I called out to Suzuki and stopped her. What is it, Nishime? What should I be doing? Oh, that's right. Yoshi, can you come over here? Yeah, what's up? Suzuki beckoned a female staff member over. The person she called Yoshi looked like a college student. She immediately struck me as a typical convenience store part-timer who lacked motivation. Yoshi, you show him the ropes. I'm counting on you. What? That sounds like a pain. It'll be fine. What do I teach him? He's not ready to serve guests yet, so something behind the scenes. You can start with cleaning. Okay. After a brief exchange, I found myself under Yoshi's supervision. Hold on, guys. Okay. Nothing too big. But depending on how long this goes, I might have someone to raid. I told her I'd do my best to learn under her, to which she replied with a curt, yeah, whatever. A clear greeting is a must. A firm response is key. None of what I was taught during my training were being put into practice here. All the cleaning supplies are here. Understood. I was shown around the warehouse. For the windows, put some of this solution on a cloth and wipe it down, then dry it with a new one. Spray the mop 3 times with this one for the corridors. Use the vacuum for the carpet. Use the vacuum for the carpet. The vacuum's on the 2nd floor. By the way, be sure to do it in the afternoons only. Use the feather duster for furniture. It was my first day on the floor, so I paid close attention. I didn't utter a single word of complaint. I didn't have any questions at the time, so when she asked if I got it, I responded with a firm yes, ma'am. Okay, good luck then. She left. As I tried to get it to work, the questions finally began to pop up. What floor should I start from? Where's the faucet? It wasn't the afternoon yet, but should I start cleaning anyway? I found myself frozen and overwhelmed by all the unknowns. And since Yoshi was nowhere to be found, there was no one around to ask. Why was work so hard? I had no idea what to do, so I thought I'd do the bare minimum. I decided to vacuum. I somehow managed to drag it down all the way from the second floor. It was an old-fashioned business grade one and loud enough to make me jump. The guests looked pretty irritated with the noise too. Hold on, did I have to greet them? I was at a complete loss. Someone please tell me what to do. Nishimi, are you doing okay? Wait, what are you doing? Suzuki came by around an hour later. She immediately scolded me. We only vacuum past noon. When you wake the guests with all that noise. It made complete sense. I was probably at fault for not being mindful of that. But when she went on to say that I should have done the windows first and what was I thinking? That was a little unfair. How would I have known that? Whatever, just have a go at it. It didn't seem like she was in the mood to hear any of my excuses, so I did as I was told while she observed me. I tried applying the solution to a washcloth as Yoshi had instructed. Why are you putting it on directly? Don't the instructions say to dilute it in water first? What was that girl teaching you? Suzuki finally called for Yoshi. She looked like she wanted no part of this. Did you teach him at all? He isn't able to do a thing. I thought I did. Well, he can't do anything, look. Yoshi was the one taking the heat, but I couldn't help but feel bad for her since it was my fault. But then I noticed the bored expression on her face. She didn't have an ounce of remorse, any pity. I felt washed away in an instant. Why hasn't the air conditioner been taken care of? Another question was thrown at me, and of course I didn't have a single clue as to what she was talking about. When I told her that, she got mad again. Despite her anger being aimed at Yoshi, the girl in question just stood there looking mildly annoyed. I think Yoshi here should be fired. And not just fired, but thrown out a closed window. I didn't think any amount of anger would get through to her. At this point, though, it had nothing to do with me. In the end, Suzuki yelled Yoshi's ear off for the rest of the morning. In the afternoon, I cleaned as originally intended. I worked under Suzuki's direct supervision, and she never once left my side. After proper introduction, I saw that there were little tricks to everything from wiping the windows to vacuuming. For example, geckos would often be hiding in the air conditioning units, so we'd have to chase them out regularly. There were countless geckos in our walls at home. I cried from shock the first time I saw one, but I had gotten used to them since then. Do we have to kill the geckos? No, we don't. Why would we? Nishimi, are you sure you live in Okinawa? Well, Hikaru just moved to the area recently, so I wouldn't be surprised that he's this much of an unknown in these regards. Suzuki was upset throughout the entire workday. Her anger, which should have been directed at Yoshi, bared its fangs at me as well. She raised her voice with every question I asked. But if I didn't ask, I wouldn't know what to do. I started to feel like simply not knowing was a crime in and of itself. This job might not be a very good fit for me. I slipped up whenever I wasn't fully paying attention. And then I'd get scolded. It was a vicious never-ending cycle. When work ended for the day, I was finally free. I let out a sigh of relief as soon as I left the hotel. Being yelled at all day took a mental toll on me. While I didn't think much of it in the moment, when all was said and done, it stung quite a bit. I wanted to get home as soon as possible and take a bath. My hopes were soon dashed. Due to strong winds, we will temporarily stop all ferry services, Any updates on resuming operations will be broadcast throughout the island. This day just kept getting worse. I was cut off from my only means of returning home. Residents of Toyotoki Island had gathered on the boarding platform. It seemed that this happened often, as they showed no signs of stress or panic. Or it could just be that there are no rush either. They split into smaller groups to talk with familiar faces. I felt a sense of deja vu. When would the ferry resume services again? Were there any places I could wait so that I didn't miss the next ride home? Where could I go to pass the time here on Hisaku Island? The things that everyone else here knew, I didn't. Being out of the loop was a crime. It was a clear disadvantage. Your quality of life was determined by how much you knew.
Nishime-kun?
Nishime? A voice called out to me from behind as I wallowed in self-pity. I turned to see Higa, the insurance sales
フェリ
lady.
ーは順延だって放送があったよ。
There was an announcement saying that the ferry's been postponed. Well, yeah. So what's your point, Samugi? I heard, but I was just wondering how to pass the time while I waited. There was no need to put up a front. I corrected myself to say that I had never experienced this before, so I didn't know what to
そっ
do.
か。じゃあどこか行こうか。喫茶店とか。
I see, in that case, shall we go somewhere? Maybe a cafe or something? The term godsend must have been coined for this very moment. Higa led me to a cafe.
好きなの選んでいいよ。おごってあげる。
Pick whatever you want, it'll be my treat. Is that really okay? I excitedly perused the menu and ordered the same thing as Higa. She held the coffee cup that was placed on our table with her left hand. It seemed that I was taken with the mere fact that she was
元気
left-handed.
ないね。
You seem a little down. She peered into my eyes as she spoke. Oh, could you tell?
そんな顔してる。
Yep, it's written all over your face. A lot of stuff happened at work today. Like what? I began to tell her about my day at her prompting. Hearing myself talk about it made me realize that it wasn't as big of a deal as I thought. If I were to sum it all up, I was down because I was yelled at. If only my problems were a bit more impressive than that.
大変だね。
That sounds rough. Higa kindly responded with a sympathetic comment to my worthless plight. I felt comfort in knowing that she was willing to lend an ear.
最初だし、知ってるわけないよね。そこでしか通用しないルールなんて。
You're just starting out, so of course you don't know anything, especially when it comes to rules that don't apply anywhere else. Yeah, right? Isn't it unfair?
辛いけど、頑張りどころだよ。
It totally is. It seems tough, but that's exactly why you should work hard. Do I really have to put up with something so unreasonable? Well, life at times can be unreasonable. So, you do, in a way, have to, but at the same time, the unreasonableness shouldn't be allowed, like not being able to get the food and such you need on your way home or out the door from work. Like, sure, you could do that with a car, but what I'm talking about is for those where driving isn't an option for any reason and getting into cars is difficult. You should be able to just leave work, get a few things, and head home, all in one quick trip, which used to be possible in the past in much of the world, but not anymore.
耐えないってやめるってこと？
If you don't, then doesn't that mean you're giving up? Giving up my job? I never even considered that. I needed it to live, so if I quit, I'd no longer have the means to make money.
例えばだけど、違う仕事を探す道もあるよ。
If you do go with that option, you could just find a different job. And this is why job hopping exists. She was right. But somehow I didn't want to give up. Why's that? It didn't just concern me. Then who else was involved? Oh, that's right. Kari. A friend helped me get this job.
じゃあやめられないね。
I see, then I guess you can't quit. Ika said with a smile. It seemed as though she already knew the answer. There was a good chance that she intentionally encouraged me to arrive at that conclusion. I sipped my coffee. It tasted like a bitter juice with some milk mixed in. Is work going well for you,
偉
Higa?
そうなこと言ったけど、実は全然。
I know I talked big just now, but it's actually not going great. She laughed
営
bitterly.
業やめちゃったんだ。
They completely stopped operations here. Really? Well, it makes sense that they stopped operations if you're not getting any sales.
この辺の島だと全然契約が取れなくて、クビになっちゃった。
They couldn't get any business around here, so they fired me. So you're jobless too, huh? Does this mean that we're gonna get a harem right now? And this is the older sister fill-in? Is different from Tokyo in that everyone knew each other. Any new business that attempted to get a start here was doomed to fail. But even so, firing her was going too far. Wait, but doesn't that mean
休職中、久久島で仕事があればいいんだけど。
I'm looking for a job? I hope I can find something on Hisaku Island. I heard it's hard to find a job here. You'll have to go to Naha.
知ってる。でも、いい思い出がなくて。
I know, but I don't have good memories of that place. There was a distant look in her eyes. I asked if she lived there.
2月に戻ってきたの。今は豊時島。
See, yeah, until February, I live on Toyotoki Island now. So that's why she knew so much about the ferry. Even so, I wonder why she moved. It wasn't nice to say, but Toyotoki Island was an isolated place with nothing. It was inconvenient, closed off, and not to mention, there were no jobs. Curious about why? Yes, we are. Of course.
3つ。
It's a secret. Oh my gosh. You let us on and then say that. That just makes me feel like punching you in the face for just letting us on. Leading us on there. Ika murmured seductively, making my heart skip a beat. That was unfair. I was this close to taking out a loan and becoming a member of her fan club. Did you go to college in
大
Okinawa?
学は行ってないよ。
I didn't go to college. Oh, I didn't know that.
西目くんこそ予定はないの？賢そうなのに。
Do you plan on going Nishime? You seem pretty smart. I don't have the money for it. We indulged in some small talk. Time flew by in a flash. The ferry will resume its operations at around 6 p.m. Passengers should now be making their way to the boarding platform.
そろそろ時間みたいだね。
Looks like it's time to head back. That announcement marked the end of our outing. It was too bad. I wanted to keep talking to her.
おや、西目さんじゃないですか。姿を見ないのでてっきり泳いで帰ったのかと思いましたよ。
Oh, if it isn't Nishime, I didn't see you around, so I was sure you ended up swimming home. Swimming home? I don't think anyone would do that unless they're trying out for the Olympics. But then again, the islands aren't going to be as far away as, say, the distance between Hawaii and Japan. We met Akari at the boarding platform. She had started taking dance lessons, so despite it being after school, she wasn't wearing her uniform. When I pointed out that voice acting didn't require dance skills, Akari simply stated that having them wouldn't hurt. It may have seemed like she was just fooling around, but she was a surprisingly hard worker.
そしてそちらは
And
久
that's
しぶり。あかりちゃんだよね。
nice to see you, Akari, right?
ええ、まあ。豊時島一番の美少女あかりちゃんは誰かと聞かれれば私のことですが。
Well, if you're asking about the island cutie, Akari, you are indeed speaking to her, but... Akari trailed off. Her gaze was fixated on a certain part of Higa's body, like she was a researcher who discovered a new specimen. Don't tell me you're jealous of her chest.
その巨乳は取り外し可能ですか？
Are those knockers removable? And of course she was. I know it's a common anime thing, but come on. What kind of question was
自分
that?
のものなので、それは
They're naturally like this, so...
自慢ですか？
Showing off, I see. She isn't showing off, Akari.
自慢じゃないよ。仲良くしよう。
I'm not showing off, so why don't we just get along?
その巨乳を半分くれるのなら、やぶさかではないですね。全部くれるのなら、何でも望むものを差し上げましょう。
See, that's not out of the question if you could share half. Now, if you give all of them to me, I shall give you anything you wish for. And I want to punch you in the face right now, Akari. What nonsense. A forced smile is pasted on Higa's
それ
face.
はそうと、お二人は何を？
That aside, what were you two up to? We were just chatting at a cafe while waiting for the
いつの
ferry.
話ですか？
About pervy stuff? I want to punch you in the face right now, Akari. Not pervy stuff, work stuff. Speaking of work, Ika's currently looking for a job. Could you introduce her to a place like you did for me?
ああ？なぜあかりが先日会ったばかりの人のために頑張らなければならないんですか？巨乳をくれるのならまだしも。
Why should I put in the work for someone I just met the other day? If she gave me her boobs, though, that's another story. You're an idiot, Akari. In more ways than one. So it'd be okay as long as Akari got her boobs, huh? Nevertheless, that wasn't exactly possible, so I guess we could take that as a no. It seemed like Akari was in a mood. Iga smiled as she said it was alright. I just wanted to help her out. While she was a responsible adult, she had this magnetic charm that made me want to protect and help her. 3 days passed. I had somehow ended up on Suzuki's bad side. Every possible incident led to her asking me questions like, "What is this?" or "What are you going to do about that?" And for some reason, each time she would also blow up at Yoshi. I felt that Yoshi would snap at any moment, which kept me on edge. To top it all off, Suzuki always made it a point to sit next to me during our lunch break. Okay. Why? Her non-stop efforts to small talk were frankly quite stifling. Well, small talk is stifling a lot. And uncomfortable because what people don't realize is small talk doesn't seem to do any good other than just trying to find common ground. At least that's the case for me, where the small talk will come in the moment that I find something interesting. I'll come up, then that'll be a worthwhile discussion. But small talk for the sake of having it just isn't that comfortable. There's no way you'll grow big and strong with a measly piece of bread. Have some meat. At times she'd share a bit of her lunch with me. "Yoshi, it's your fault he's so exhausted, so give him some sides." Why is it her fault? He's exhausted because you're yelling at him and such. And yes, he should be encouraged to improve and such, but I don't think you're going about it in a good way here, Suzuki. Fine. Yoshi was also forced to give me her food. I didn't have any chopsticks on me, so she fed me with hers, looking reasonably annoyed. I felt that all this would inevitably come to a head and end with her beating the daylights out of me. Now that's a funny thought to have there. The thought remained in the back of my mind until an incident after work one day. "Mishime, over here," Yoshie called out to me. She took me to a place with low foot traffic and I prepared for the worst. "Are there any dishes you like? I'll make some for next time." She asked for my food preferences. There wasn't a hint of anger behind it from what I could tell. Everyone here may have been eccentric, but they seemed awfully thoughtful. Let me make sure of that. Yeah, I was right. After about 10 days, the yelling subsided. I not only cleaned on my own without supervision, but I was even starting to achieve some degree of efficiency with my cleaning tasks. I also started chatting with the other hotel workers. Apparently dragging the vacuum around was tiring labor, so everyone was grateful to have a new male colleague. Really? This is quite telling. Because I would expect there to be both male and female employees, but if he says that they're grateful for a new male colleague, that must mean that there aren't too many, or he's the only one. It made me realize that I was mostly surrounded by female staff members. Yeah, not hard to gauge that. Considering the tourism scene here centered around the ocean, there were countless jobs on boats and beaches that required some form of physical labor. The men tended to do that line of work instead. Thanks for joining us. Although it was said half in jest, I couldn't help but get drunk on the happiness I felt from those words.
ホテルの従業員なのだから、島の観光地や名産くらい知っておいて当然ではありませんこと？
You're a hotel employee. It should be given that you would know of our local attractions and specialties. Well, he just arrived here, and now he has this job. So, how were you expecting to know that in the couple or so months that he's been here? One day, Goldilocks assigned me some homework. I would be asked questions like how to get places and what to eat. I had to be able to answer them without struggle. Her assignment was straightforward enough. I searched through the bookshelves in the office. Island Travel Guide. As long as I read this, I'd be in great shape. Oh, yeah. I don't know about that. Like, it could help, but those travel guides are always talking about just the touristy stuff. So really, the best thing would be to go out exploring on his own a bit. Because these islands shouldn't be too bad in comparison to what the real Okinawa is like. What should I study up on? The choices don't have an impact on story you can skip without any consequences. Now I'm gonna save here just in case. Okay. Save. And I'm gonna take a break to get a drink right now, so I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. It'd take too long, so I probably shouldn't have done that, but oh well. And I'm feeling a lot better that I did that. So let's get back. Okay. Alright. So we got the time, so let's just go ahead and go through all of them. Unique food. Sokisoba was a staple when it came to visiting Okinawa. Next was fatui, which was a pork dish. Then we also had champuru, purple potatoes, sea grapes, taco rice. These were probably the most well known, but it turns out that most of them were specialties from mainland Okinawa. The more isolated islands had slightly different dishes. On Kume Island, the specialty was the Japanese tiger prawn. Kume Island prawns were raised in and collected from deep sea water, or around 200 meters below sea level. They accounted for around a third of all prawn production in Okinawa and around 10% nationally. The fishermen would start catching them at dawn by rowing out in large pools on rafts made of wood and styrofoam. They would dunk the harvested prawns in cold water to force them into a hibernation-like state. Finally, they'd pack them into boxes by the kilo and fly the live shrimp out on planes. These lively shrimp that jumped out of their boxes were a classy ingredient for barbecues. On top of that, the experts recommended getting them frozen. Since they were frozen immediately, they maintained their fresh flavor. They were also easy to handle that way since they didn't move. Okay. We're just gonna keep going down the list, but I'm gonna be saving each time. Okay. Now the historical buildings. The Uezu House was designated as a historic cultural property within Kume Island. It originally belonged to a samurai family and was built around 1750. It looked like any other old Okinawan estate from the outside, but most of the rooms did not have the tatami installed in the usual fashion. They simply laid them on the ground without securing them to the flooring. The house was also missing a pillar. Apparently, it was purposefully left unfinished as an encouraging message to the family's descendants to work hard. On the other hand, a key feature of Okinawa's architecture was the Shiza statues. While the Uezu house didn't have any, these were commonly found in pairs, either on rooftops or flanking the front gates of ordinary homes. They say that these Okinawan-line statues were guardian deities of households. A key characteristic of the Shiza were their open mouths. Apparently, they were left open so they could swallow flames. Others say that they were intentionally designed this way to scare off anything that threatened the home's residents. Okinawa used to place one statue on their rooftops, but switched to placing them by their gates, believing that to be more effective. As for why one statue became two, the people back then simply thought that two would be better than one. Unraveling the truths behind some highly regarded customs can reveal some surprisingly humorous elements to them. Traditions really are fascinating. Alright, save again, because like I said, we're gonna save after each choice. Okay. Sightseeing spots. The Hate no Hama was a 7-kilometer long sandbar off the coast of Kume Island. Since it's offshore, you can only get there via boat, through a tour company, or any other means. If you were to go on an official tour, you'd be taken to the area on a glass-bottom boat, so you would be getting the best out of your trip. While rare, you may be able to spot some sea turtles from the boat too. When you arrive at Hate no Hama, you'll be met with a breathtaking view of a sandy beach that stretches as far as the eye can see. The free time you have on tour isn't nearly enough to explore it all, and there are numerous spots that are great for photos. Some tourists like taking footage of the area using drones, though I'm not sure that's allowed, which may be the best way to enjoy Atenohama. The Ugusuku Castle ruins are part of a structure that sits on the highest point of the island. You could get a sweeping view of the island from the summit, and the changing landscape of the sugarcane fields under the clouds can't be missed. While you have the option of either going by car or by foot to get there, it is highly recommended that you go by car. A rental car or taxi should do the job. However, there's a self-defense force base on the way there, so you'll have to be careful not to accidentally drive through when driving yourself. There are no signs to help you along the road, so if you're not careful, you may unintentionally wind up there. In terms of hidden gems, many recommend the Yajiyama Cave. It's a limestone cave with various flora and fauna, and was formerly used as a burial site. There are no light sources within the cave, so turning all of your flashlights off would envelop you in complete darkness. When you leave the cave, you'd find yourself in an open area with no ceiling. The light flooding in from above, as well as the ferns growing in abundance, are true miracles of nature. It is highly recommended that you enter the cave with a tour guide. Many of the island's younger residents use the cave for tests of courage, but it's extremely dangerous. There are now signs pointing to the exit for safety. While many of the island's hotels offer tour services, the Kumi Island Firefly Association also offers tours of their own. The author of the guidebook recommended the group's services. You would be able to learn from island researchers how the limestone cave came about, as well as the ecology of the plants and animals within the cave. Alright. So we'll save again. Alright. Now, since we went through all those, let's go to the next section. Alright. I came to a realization as I read. I was looking at the Kume Island guide. I should have been reading up on Hisaku Island, but picked up the wrong book. Well, at least I learned something today. A certain incident occurred on my 11th day on the job. A new person will be joining us today. Suzuki informed us of a new employee at the morning meeting. She didn't do that for me. I guess she learned from that mistake and made it a point to set aside time for introductions. Go ahead and introduce yourself. A feminine face popped out from the meeting room. Why do I get the feeling that it's gonna be the insurance lady? She looked pretty young. I initially mistook her for a foreigner. My eyes were immediately drawn to her chest, which was much larger than the villainess's from the anime festival performance. This had happened before.
本日からこちらでお世話になることになった比嘉紬です。よろしくお願いします。
Oh my gosh. I was right. But I shouldn't be too surprised. It was easy to see that coming. My eye is Tsugumi Higa, and I'll be working here starting today. I hope we can get along. The new employee was none other than Higa. A tiny name tag rested on her large chest. In a surprising turn of events, she'd been hired by the same hotel. Once the meeting was over, I immediately rushed over to talk to her. What a coincidence, I couldn't believe my eyes.
私も西目くんがいてびっくりしたよ。あかりちゃんが紹介してくれたんだけど、まさか一緒の職場だなんて。
I was surprised to see you too, Nishime. Akari introduced me, but I didn't think we'd end up at the same workplace. Akari did. She had bluntly refused when I asked her last time. Did she have some underlying motive? Did she ask for something in return?
ごめん。食生活のコツを教えてほしいんだって。健康に気を使ってるんだね。
She asked me about my eating habits. I guess she's conscious of her health. No, she's not conscious of her health. She's jealous of your chest. No, I'm pretty sure she was just probing for the means to develop a certain area of her body.
でも、西目くんと同じ職場で嬉しいな。いろいろ教えてね。
Still, I'm glad we're at the same workplace, Nishime. I hope you can show me the ropes. I'll teach you whatever I know, though it'll mostly be cleaning related for now. Oh, bad news, Suzuki butted in. Unlike you, Higa has a pretty face, so she's been assigned to the restaurant. Our manager gleefully announced. Was the unlike you really necessary? I could totally sue you for that. I'll be sure to give you a good beating if you do. Oh my gosh. Why did it have to come to that? Please stop resorting to violence. Anyway, Nishime, he got a tour of the place before lunch. Understood. Our meeting had ended and hotel guests were beginning to arrive. My assignment was to show Higa around. Suzuki had blamed the staff's failures on the person that taught them. Giving someone a tour also meant drilling in some key pointers, so I couldn't help but feel a little
なん
pressure.
だか緊張してきたな。
I'm actually kinda nervous. Higa clasped her hands in front of her chest. I guess even adults get nervous on the job, huh? Well, this is our first day.
するよ。初めてのことはなんだって。でも、大人は秘策を持っているのだ。
Of course they do, especially if it's their first day. But adults have a trick up their sleeve for times like this. She took out a notebook from her bag. It was hardcover and looked expensive and high quality. The edges were worn, indicating that she'd been getting a lot of use out of it. What's that?
これはね、いろんな本に書いてある教えを記したノートなの。
It's a notebook where I jot down lessons I learned from books. Lessons, teachings, secrets, hidden tricks. There were many names for it. It seemed like this notebook was a collection of tips that seemed helpful.
緊張しない方法も書いてあるの。
I have a trick written down to help with my nerves. What is
ま
it?
ずね、心を前と後ろに分けるの。
First, you split your heart into two, the front and the back. I see. What does that mean?
心を分けて動かす部分と動かさない部分を作るの。動く心を減らすと緊張もしないんだって。
You divide your heart into an active portion and an inactive one, reducing the activity of your heart, or apparently prevents you from getting nervous. I see.
心が動いたら止めようとしてくださいって書いてある。
It says here to stop my heart when I feel it beating. Isn't that the same thing as saying if you are feeling nervous, stop your nerves? How very zen. Is that why it was considered a teaching? I didn't quite get it myself, but the idea of a self-help book was pretty profound. I could feel Suzuki glaring from afar as we chatted. Time to get to work. We set out so I could give Higa a proper tour of the hotel. We mixed in some small talk as I gave her brief explanations of everything that was worth noting. It took around an hour to walk her through everything, but since I was with Higa, it felt more like 5 seconds. We returned to our starting point and I saw her off as she left to go to her post. You're gonna start your training, right? Good luck.
ありがとう。行ってくるね。
Thanks, I'll see you later. She waved before disappearing into the office. As she did, the floral scent that had surrounded me also faded. My dull life filled with color with Higa's employment. Work became fun. Oh my gosh. Could that really be the case here? My luck improved, and my savings grew. Higa had brought me good fortune. Gazing upon her glamorous figure gave me the energy to carry me over to the next day. As a boy of sound mind and body, I couldn't not look. I was at that age, after all. I wasn't the only one who couldn't resist her charm. There were other staff members, both male and female, who stole a glance or two. She simply stood out among the rest. I firmly believed that my life was set. I'd continue working happily alongside Higa. My doubts faded away, but life wasn't so kind. My hopes were dashed. What happened, you ask? Something unbelievable. Several days after Higa joined the hotel team, Goldilocks went off the rails.
次はありませんわよ。
This better not happen again. What? I'm terribly sorry. An angry voice echoed throughout the office that morning. I had never seen her yell like that. It seemed like Suzuki was in trouble. Even our high-handed manager couldn't raise a finger against the owner. She bowed meekly. I only learned recently that the owners seldom rebuked their employees directly. This was because they would usually command from high above. The scene I witnessed told me something had occurred that shook the very heavens they resided in if they went as far as to interact with us down here. What happened? I spoke to Suzuki as soon as Goldilocks left. It's nothing, it doesn't concern you, Nishime. She brushed me off. I wanted to know why she was being reprimanded, but her lips were sealed. It wasn't touched upon at the morning assembly, nor did she respond to any questions regarding it. On a different day, I overheard Suzuki and Yoshi discussing something during one of our breaks. Since they were both smokers, they would go to a smoking area together. It was right by the vending machines, and the wind happened to carry their voices to where I was. That big-boobed girl was being hit on again, apparently. What the... Well, of course she was being hit on, because that's stereotypical for things like this. Big-boobed. That alone was enough to tell me exactly who they were talking about. Her looks and figure really make you wonder why she started working here, huh? Exactly, there has to be a reason. Are they jealous? Well, they weren't necessarily bad-mouthing her. I couldn't help but strain my ears to hear more. Those two were wary of Higa. She was an exceptional beauty. Her looks were something the average person could only dream of. If she had taken advantage of them, she could have any job she wanted. Knowing that, why did she choose to work at a hotel on such a small island? The topic shifted to potential reasons. She probably couldn't make it in the big city. Huh? So you're saying she ran away? Ran away? From what? A creep? Even if it was Higa they were talking about, I didn't think that was quite right. Strange intel I acquired made me view Higa through a new lens. I tried to force myself to forget about it all. Until I saw the state she was in. One day at lunch, I found Higa huddled in the corner of the office. She was looking through her notebook. It was the same one with all the tips and tricks she showed me the other day.
人生を実りあるものにするには、一度決めたことをやり抜くことが大切。人生を実りあるものにするには。
For a fulfilling life, you must accomplish things you set out to do. For a fulfilling life, you must accomplish... Accomplish what? Because... There's gotta be more, but I feel like it's being repeated here. She mumbled the same passage over and over again. Yep, I was right. Her intensity was frankly quite scary. Something must be putting her under a lot of pressure. It didn't seem like the right time to ask her directly, so I asked Suzuki about it instead. Higa's at the end of her rope. The owner told herself. It was a loaded response. What put her in that situation to begin with? The little information I received only served to fan the flames of my curiosity, but Suzuki didn't elaborate. We had different assignments, and I didn't know anyone who would be willing to share intel with me. All I could do was support Higa from afar.
人生を実りあるものにするには、一度決めたことをやり抜くことが大切。
She's still repeating it, huh? For a fulfilling life, you must accomplish the things you set out to do. She repeated the phrase like a spell. I hoped that it would come back to bite her. I had a bad feeling. Soon enough, I found out that my gut was correct. After lunch, I went to see how Higa was doing. She had been relieved from her duties at the restaurant, and was assigned cleaning duties like me.
やりきることが大切。やりきることが大切。
Accomplish the things you set out to do. Accomplish the things you set out to do. Higa mumbled to herself as she wiped the windows. I wonder why she's so caught up with that phrase. And why does she think that would be a fulfilling life? Like, yeah, but a fulfilling life would also mean learning along the way. After deftly wiping down the entire surface, she started doing it again, apparently dissatisfied with her work. This time she applied some cleansing solution to her cloth, and every inch of the glass she wiped frosted over. But wait, what did you use?
ただ拭くだけじゃ工夫が足りないから、一段上を目指してクレンザーをつけてみたの。
It didn't seem like just wiping it was enough, so I wanted to go above and beyond by using this cleanser. She tried, but it just came crashing down. The situation reached Goldilocks' ears.
全面ガラス窓が。
The floor-to-ceiling glass windows.
オーシャンビューが。
The ocean view. Higa received a harsh scolding and was taken off cleaning duty. This time she was put in charge of handling luggage.
やりきることが大切。やりきることが大切。
Accomplish the things you set out to do. Accomplish the things you set out to do. It was clear that she was thoroughly motivated. She's not motivated, she's got something going on. It showed in her attempt to lug 10 suitcases for a big group of tourists in one trip. You need to use a cart. Her strength was certainly impressive, but she couldn't see in front of her, which spelled trouble. And sure enough, she tripped and sent all of the bags flying out of the second-story windows. The guests' underwear decorated the streets. She received an especially intense round of scolding. The anger directed at her was so fierce that it left me feeling miserable too. She was then forced to do the job no one wanted in pest control. She had to search for bugs to exterminate with a bottle of pesticide in hand at all times. Accomplish the things you set out to do. Accomplish the things you set out to do. Her mumbling terrified the guests as they attempted to avoid her, just like the bug she set out to kill. To be entirely honest, it frightened me too. A figurative black mass oozed out of her back. Your breasts are very large. You must be getting it on with your boyfriend every night, huh? If you ever find yourself wanting more, I'd love to keep you company. Definitely want to punch this guy in the face. I'm not too sure about the rest of you. At that moment, Higa bumped into a pervert. Kill the things he set out to kill. Kill the things he set out to kill. Oh my gosh. Now this is a bit different. She sprayed insecticide on him without hesitation. Ah! His advances were rejected via bug spray. Things had settled down when Suzuki came over, but unfortunately the man happened to be a prefectural assemblyman from Naha. He filed a direct complaint to the owner, which escalated the issue. How could you do such a thing? Goldilocks' voice echoed throughout the office, full of rage. Ego was being chewed out once again. I took my break early to return to the office. I wanted to be able to back her up if needed. I was told to exterminate all the pests. And yes, he was a pest. Treating insects as you would treating guests as you would insects is highly imprudent of you. But I read something in a book once. Scummy people are no different than vermin, so I should stay away from them. Well, there's nothing wrong in that I see, but this is a hotel, so Kiriko is definitely right to be mad here. What hogwash? The customer is always right. But if I interact with scum, they say my spirit levels will decrease. You're gonna be fired here, Higa. It was a crazy excuse. It was on par with I missed my bike ride, which I once heard in middle school when a teacher asked why someone was late. It drove my class wild. Get out. Yep, you're done. What? You're fired. Goldilocks' shrill declaration reverberated throughout the office. There was absolutely no room for me to back Higa up. Woo, I'm pooped. Did something
キリ
happen?
コにこき使われたのです。何やら鬼のような形相であかりに委員会の仕事を投げてくるので死にそうになりました。
What? Kiriko worked me to the bone. She threw her committee duties at me with a scary look on her face. I thought I was going to
な
die.
ど作るものではありませんね。
I shouldn't have owed her any favors. This has to do with Kiriko hiring us, right?
恩着せがましく言うつもりはないのですが、そうです。二人ともなると、あかりの頭の下げ方も尋常ではありませんでした。
I don't want to make you feel bad about it, but yes, since I asked her to help both of you, I had to try extra hard to convince her.
仕事をできる喜びをかみしめ、あかりに感謝し、少しはそのおっぱいを分けてください。
So be thankful that you guys got the opportunity to work, and please give me some of that cleavage. She doesn't even know what happened to Higa. Kari glanced at Higa. Higa stood as still as a statue, reminding me of a jellyfish that had washed
どうし
ashore.
たんですか？
What happened?
クビになったの。
I was fired. Excuse me?
クビにされたの。次の仕事探さなくちゃ。
She fired me. I better start looking for my next job.
あかりの苦労はどこへ？
Wait, so my hard work was for nothing? I am so sorry. As the person who made the request to hire her, I felt pretty awful. But what could we have done? None of us could have predicted that Higa would be so reckless. The average person would never experience her endless string of failures. It was difficult to pinpoint why this happened, even from an outside perspective. I couldn't find the right time to step in and help. Higa took out her
トラ
notebook.
ブルは神様が与えてくれた試練。若いうちは金を払ってでも苦労しろ。
Obstacles are trials given to you by the gods. While you're young, work hard, no matter the cost. She mumbled her teachings under her breath, as if to absorb as many as she could by the page. There was no trace of the confident, mature Higa I first met. She had fallen so far that all I could do was look on with pity. Was there a reason for it that I wasn't aware of? I didn't have a clue, but whatever it was, it had broken her
絶え
spirit.
ず自分を責め続ける。
Always take responsibility for your
腹を
actions.
切る覚悟で挑め。
Face them head on, with the resolve to cut open your
死を
stomach.
意識すれば成功する。
Being conscious of death will ensure your success. Death,
死よ、
death,
死よ、
death,
死よ。
death.
追い詰められたら行方不明になろう。
When you're cornered with no way out, disappear without a trace. Hey, Higa. No, hey, Higa, how about coming over to my place for dinner? I blurted out an invitation to her when it seemed like things were taking a turn for the worse. Can I? Yeah, I think talking things out would really help. I couldn't leave her alone in her current state. A sense of urgency drove me to action. I led her to the living room and gave her something to drink. I made her some strong green tea to help her come to her senses.
いや
It's so bitter, Higa grimaced. You know you're really cute.
ー、かわいい。
What? Off, cute? I feel a sense of kinship with you despite you being an adult.
私がダメダメってことだよね。
Doesn't that pretty much mean that I'm a good for nothing? I could feel the wind being taken out of her sails. That wasn't what I meant, but I couldn't come up with a decent response.
幻滅したよね。私がダメな大人だって分かって。
I bet you're pretty disappointed in me, huh? Now that you know I'm actually a failure of an
コー
adult?
ヒーも砂糖を入れないと飲めないし。
I can't even take my coffee without sugar. Rather than being disappointed, I honestly don't quite get what happened.
私いっぱい失敗したでしょ。
I messed up a ton today, right? Today? It's been days! Yeah.
いつもあんな感じなの。
It always ends up that way. Always?
私ね、仕事が下手なの。
Yeah, I'm just bad at working. Bad at working? It was an odd choice of words. She said it like you'd say you're bad with cooking, technology, art, or
全然う
sports.
まくいかないんだ。長続きした仕事がなくて。
It never goes well. I've never kept a job for long. She began to give me a brief explanation. Apparently, she would always be fired for never-ending failures. Because of that, she's changed jobs many times, which led her to where she was today.
仕事がうまくいかないのは私がダメな人間だから。
Work never goes well for me because I'm just a failure of a
だから
person.
ね、変わろうって思って自己啓発本をいっぱい読んでメモしてその通りにして。
I wanted to do something to change that, so I read a bunch of self-help books, jotted everything down, and tried to follow all their lessons. Okay. So you're just putting money in other people's pockets, from what I'm seeing here. So that's part of the problem, and you're also focused way too much on trying to succeed.
西目くんの前ではかっこいいところ見せなきゃって背伸びしてたけど結局バレちゃったね。
I put my best foot forward so I could look good in front of you, Nishime, but you ended up seeing that side of me anyway. I see. It wasn't as if anything changed now that I knew. Not only did it not bother me, but it broke down the wall I felt due to our aged entrance. It made me feel a lot closer to her. Rather, I wanted to support her. Why do you think things always turn out this way?
頑張りが足りないからだと思う。
I don't think I'm putting in enough effort. There's a big problem with this. I could definitely see this being her issue of how she feels that way with what she's been doing. But she's also getting too absorbed with trying to go above and beyond, and that's just as bad. Hiko looked dejected as she said this. She really believed she wasn't trying hard enough, which was why she couldn't do her job. But was that really the case? The idea made me scratch my head. Her suggestion that her problems could be solved through effort didn't convince me. Because she made mistakes people usually wouldn't. So the reason behind them had to be something only she knew. What exactly did she mean by effort? Was effort really the correct solution? It was hard to put into words. I racked my brain over it and tried to console her. I think it's already impressive that you're trying to do something to help your
早く
situation.
ないよ。当然だもん。
Not at all, it's just something I have to do. Hmm?
私はダメダメだから、人より頑張らなきゃいけないの。
I can't do anything right, so I have to work harder than the average person.
結果がなかったら何もしてないのと同じ。
But I still haven't gotten any results, so in the end, it's no different than not doing anything. You're really hard on
そう
yourself.
しないと
私は普通にもなれないから。
I have to be, or else I wouldn't be able to function normally. If your resolve doesn't waver, I'm sure something will come of it. I could only offer empty words of encouragement. Ika didn't respond.
お待たせしました。今日は元気が出る夕食ということで、外食しないと食べられないようなプチ贅沢なものを用意しました。
Sorry to keep you waiting. I made something kind of fancy that you usually wouldn't be able to get unless you went into a nice
じゃん
restaurant.
じゃん食って腹を膨らませ、相対的にそのバストを縮めてください。
Be sure to fill your tummy large enough to make that bust of yours look smaller by comparison. Oh my gosh. Akari brought in some food at just the right time. Mounds of French fries and fried chicken decorated the dining table. It was my first time seeing fresh fried chicken. I couldn't wait to get my hands on it and immediately popped one into my mouth. Oh wow, wow. No, oh, it's good, it's really
そう
good.
でしょう、そうでしょう。比嘉さんも熱々なうちにどうぞ。
Right. Higa, go ahead and dig in while it's hot.
私、揚げ物は。
I don't know about fried food.
食べられませんでしたか？
Oh, can you not have any?
そういうわけじゃないんだけど。
It's not that, but Higa took out her notebook. She opened it to a certain page.
フライドポテトにはトランス脂肪酸が多く含まれるから食べるべきではないんだって。
Here it is. It says that French fries pack a lot of trans fatty acids and to avoid
トラン
them.
ス脂肪酸？
Trans fatty
種
acids.
類ですか？
Trans fatty acids? Is that a type of Big Bang? You always go to space, huh? Obviously not. I had forgotten exactly why they were bad for you, but felt like they might be the ones that were the source of low cholesterol. I don't think so. Cholesterol is a big, unknown because there's a lot of debate around it. People don't know what's good or bad, and people also don't agree on how things are. The closest I've seen was a good sort things for cholesterol is egg, and other people say no. I never really thought too much of it myself, though.
さっぱりした浅漬けでも持ってきましょう。
In that case, I'll bring over some refreshing
しょっ
pickles.
ぱいものはダメ。
I can't eat salty foods
で
either.
もですか？
Pickles are no good either.
日本を滅ぼすの。そう書いてあるの。
Salt will ruin Japan. That's what it says here. But salt is used to preserve food, too. If that was true, then we were on a direct path to destruction considering how often we used it. Regardless, we were stumped. If she couldn't have oil or salt, then what could she eat? The answer to that was also written in the
夕
notebook.
飯はね、納豆とヨーグルト、それから食物繊維。
For dinner, I have to have natto and yogurt, along with some dietary fibers. It was all fermented foods. As I wondered if we had any of those items in the fridge, Ika told us she had bought some on the way and proceeded to take them out of her bag. She had it with her all along. And alive. She should be seeing a dietitian about this stuff. Our group split into fried and fermented food groups. Despite Akari making the fried foods herself, she joined the fermented food group. She jumped on an opportunity to potentially reap reap the same bust-related benefits of eating the same foods as Higa. After we finished our meal, Higa continued to strictly adhere to the lessons in her notebook. When Akari had her phone out at one point,
何をするんですか
what are you doing?
スマホは集中力を奪うんだよ
No phones allowed, they're a distraction. For meditating and getting projects done, yes.
スマホを使うロンドンの若者より牝馬族の集中力は 40% も高かったんだから
The Himba tribe's concentration levels are 40% higher than those of the average young phone-using adult in London.
牝馬族って誰ですかスマホ返してくださいイベントが終わってしまいますので
What is the Himba tribe? Please give my phone back. The event's about to end. No matter how much Akari pushed, Hika stood her ground. She was surprisingly stubborn. She seemed like a different person whenever the notebook was involved. Hold on. Could Higa treating a book's teachings as absolute be the reason behind her failures? That's exactly what I'm thinking here. Could that be messing her up? Could I see the notebook for a sec?
どうぞ教えを吸収していってね
There you go, make sure to really take it all in. I opened the thick notebook to find text that was written in big letters. Iga's messy handwriting did not match her appearance. The pages were divided in categories and were labeled with sticky notes. I glanced over the page under the night category. Take the time to interact with others at night. Relax to prepare for the next day. Actively participate in drinking parties. What? Human connections are precious. Become someone who is good at talking. Become someone who attracts people. Wise words line the pages. Drinking parties were something that only adults could partake in. I'm sure I'd experienced them myself once I came of age.
どれどれあかりにも見せてください
Oh, let me take a peek. Akari gave up on her phone and looked over at the notebook. I passed it to her and she began flipping through the
この
pages.
対人関係という項目が気になりますねおかしな人には近づかないようにしよう
This personal relationships category sure seems interesting. I better make sure to stay away from any weirdos. As she read that aloud, the other three in the room immediately distanced themselves from her.
おい今どうしてあかりから離れたのか説明してもらいましょうか
Hey, could someone care to explain why you all moved away just now? 'Cause you are a weirdo. A peaceful post-mill atmosphere settled on us thanks to the notebook. At some point we held a competition where we tried to break down the more interesting teachings one by one. If the creators of these lessons knew of this, they would have definitely caused quite the stir. They'd shake their heads, thinking that these were supposed to help us in life. I received a message on the tablet I borrowed from Akari, which I had been using as a paperweight. It was from Higa. Ever since we traded contact information, she and I had been messaging each other daily. While we only made small talk, I enjoyed the act of sending and receiving messages. I now had experience exchanging texts with a girl. This helped boost my confidence in life. Still, I'd much rather be talking to her face to face. I wanted to be able to take in her lovely floral scent while gazing upon her pretty face. Should I invite her over? But what if she took it the wrong way? I fought against my own greed. While I dealt with my inner turmoil, our topic of discussion landed on
豊
clothing.
時島に服屋はないよ。
There aren't any clothing stores on Toyotoki Island. Where can I go to get clothes then?
気さく島だけど、今度連れてってあげよっか。
You could find some on Hisaku Island. I can show you around whenever you're free. The conversation naturally led to an invitation. My heart soared. We would be shopping for clothes. That's essentially a date. I had grown to like Higa more and more lately. My heart pounded from just remembering her message. Is this love? I want to punch you in the face right now, Higa. Well, around 70% of my heart reacted to Higa, so maybe not. I was just so happy I had almost forgotten that her kindness could just be her being polite. I could easily see myself acting carelessly and earning myself a weird look, but thankfully Higa was nice and wouldn't do that. The fact of the matter was that we would be going out together. I wore a clean, fresh shirt on the day of our outing. I brushed my teeth and fixed my
朝か
hair.
らどこ行くのよ。休みでしょ。
Where are you headed so early? Isn't today your day off? I'm going to Hisaku Island for a
何し
bit. Do what? To go shopping with Higa, so no need to make me lunch today. I told Leland I wouldn't be back until later that night and dashed out of the house. We decided to meet at the harbor. By the time I arrived, Higa was already there. She wore the same clothes she would to work, but it was business casual, which didn't look out of place. She waved at me in her sleeveless shirt. It was a dazzling sight. I hope I didn't keep you waiting.
今来たとこ。船を待つんだから遅れてなんかないよ。
No, I just got here. The ferry isn't here yet, so you're not late at all. The conversation was one you would have on any regular date. That's one thing I could check off my bucket list. Higa took me to a clothing store in Hisaku Island. It was relatively large, with both men's and women's options. Clothes for the island's younger residents could probably only be found at 2 other stores aside from this one. But since they were far apart from each other, that essentially left this place as the only viable option. You come here often, Higa?
私はいつもここかな。通販する人もいるみたいだけど。
Yeah, pretty much. A lot of people seem to be ordering stuff online, though. Wouldn't there be a pretty hefty fee, though? Well, there's the shipping and handling that, yes. Plus, what you need to figure out is that online shopping isn't always great. It's convenient, but it's not always efficient. It's depending on what it is that you're looking for, especially clothes and such. That just means you're waiting on it to come. It's even worse when you look into online groceries. I've been lucky with them, but I'm aware that they can be very, very random. So you're better off being able to just walk or cycle to a grocery store than you are ordering online. But unfortunately, you can't do that in America, because we've got to have things spread out. Wouldn't there be a hefty fee though?
そう、お金持ちの特権なのだよ。
Yep. So that's pretty much reserved for rich people. Fashionable clothing was considered a rarity in these parts. There was merit in expressing your individuality by dressing differently from those around you. Take a brand like Gucci or Burberry. If everyone wore them, their value would plummet instantly. So in Hisaku Island's case, any clothes that weren't found at this store were extremely valuable. So does that mean this shirt has some value? I tugged on my own sleeve.
私、最初に西目くんの私服を見たとき、おしゃれなんだなって思ったもん。
Sure does. I did think you were pretty fashionable in your casual attire when we first met, after all. The shirts I paid for by weight back in Tokyo were worth more than that much. Supply and demand. Scarcity and the power of brand names. The things I'd learned from Herb and Fox were being put to good use here. I found everything I needed after about half an hour. My haul included a summer shirt and a dress shirt for work. Hika had taken her role as chaperone very seriously, from checking the sizing to giving her honest feedback on the clothes I looked at. Since we're here, let's look for some for you too, Higa. We walked over to the women's section. What do you think of this? Higa picked out something frilly. It reminded me of wait, Goldilocks of the way. I think that's a typo there. It's supposed to be of the way Goldilocks typically dressed, but drew closer to Lolita style fashion. Why don't you try it out on? I led her to the fitting rooms. A few minutes later, a Lolita-clad Higa emerged. You look adorable, the cutest I've ever seen in the entire universe. Her bust area made it look very suggestive, but her childlike face suited the style very well. While I wasn't sure when she'd be able to wear it, the outfit undeniably enhanced her charm.
そうかな。こんなのはどうかにゃ?
Really? How about this? She struck a pose. It perfectly matched her clothes. At this point, she should just become an idol. That's super cute. You're rocking that pose. As I excitedly praised her and her outfit, Higa hid part of her face behind the dressing room curtain. It seemed she was feeling a little bashful.
褒めすぎ。
You're too much, she mumbled in a small voice. My heart skipped a beat. If I were an anime character, I would have lost down to 2 liters of blood from my nose right now. They mentioned that cliche now too, even though he didn't experience it.
違う服も見ていい?
Could I look at some other stuff? The Lolita outfit looked amazing to the point where even I was willing to pay for it. Nevertheless, it wasn't the most practical, so Higa ended up not buying it. I guess she was the type to prioritize practicality when shopping for clothes. What are you looking for? Just a little something. She took me to a different store. Based on the colors of the stuff here, I could immediately tell they were for older women. Are you buying something for someone?
おばあちゃんの最近新しいお洋服が欲しいって言ってたから。
My granny, she mentioned wanting some new clothes lately. Are you living with your family? I had assumed she was living on her own.
おばあちゃんは老人ホーム。
Nope, she's in a nursing home. She put up a wall with that statement. Maybe she didn't want me to pry it further. I changed the subject. Looks like they had the same idea. I looked around the store and saw a poster that read, "Buy your darling grandma a gift for respect for the aged
大
today."
好きなお祖母ちゃんにプレゼントか。
Daring? Thought it was darling. Yep, it was darling. So she's saying it wrong. Buy your daring grandma gift, huh? Oh, looks like you missed the L. It'd be darling.
なんだ。漢字、やっぱり苦手だな。
No way. My sight must be super bad. She had a hand over her stomach as she laughed. My heart almost leapt out of my chest at how cute she was. We went to a cafe after our window shopping. Higa brought up the solemn topic of work, continuing from where we left off before. I was surprised, thinking to myself that she must enjoy talking about it, but she started speaking like she'd made her mind up about
この
something.
前の話だけど、
About what happened before. What are you referring
が
to?
っかりしてないかなって。
I was wondering if I disappointed you. Why's that?
私が仕事のできない人で。
Because I'm terrible at work. Oh. She must have been worrying over this. She'd mentioned wanting to be seen as a capable adult, so it must have been a pretty big deal to her. I said it before too, but I really don't mind. If anything, I think it's really cute.
可愛いって。
Cute? Why? I feel a lot closer to you than I would to a perfect adult, and you're a lot easier to talk to this way.
ちゃんとした大人を見せるつもりだったのにな。
Man, I just wanted to at least seem like I had it together. She was on the verge of tears. I remembered seeing on TV that while most people would judge others based off of their first impressions, some were the opposite of how they appeared. That was how Higa was. Also, for some reason I couldn't help but keep spouting words of praise to her. With Leland, I was too embarrassed to be able to tell her she was cute to her face. Why is that? Even when you're tearing up, you look cute.
バカにしてるでしょ。
You're just making fun of me now. I've never lied to you before.
大バカにしてる。
You definitely are.
褒められると頭がふわーってなって顔がにやけちゃう。
But when you compliment me, my head gets all fuzzy and I can't help but smile. She fought to fix her goofy expression. The sight filled me with warmth and made me feel like I was flying straight to heaven. A turning point for Higa came on my next day off. Leland and I were out doing some shopping. We headed toward the store. Due to the bad weather, a bunch of things were low on stock. You could almost count the number of perishable foods they had available. Leland, who had a clear distaste for processed food, was visibly drooped her shoulders. Yo, what's up? We ran into Undercut. I was starting to feel bad about referring to him by his hairstyle, so it was about time to formally introduce him. His casual name was Joe Kaneshiro. Joe Kaneshiro? This guy looks like he should be named Genga Daiuchu. You guys don't know that name? Just look up Clan Ad. The funny moments. I'd known that for quite a while at this point, but never had the chance to use it.
あんたはあの時のまだ何か用なわけ？
You're the guy from that time. What do you want this time? As soon as he appeared, Leland took a battle-ready stance. Thinking back on it, I suppose I never told her he was an ally now. I'm not your enemy anymore. Let's get along, okay? Let's get along, okay?
いやよ、あんたはうさんくさいわ。
Hold on. Got a message from my sister. sister was just checking on me there. Oh, thanks. You're shady as hell.
そりゃ結構な子って。
Sheesh, that
もっと
bites.
離れてくれる。つい手が出そうなんだけど。
Can you keep your distance? I'm worried you'll start attacking at any moment.
かねえやつだな。真っ黒だぜ。
You are one scary chick. You're really hurting me here. Sparks flew during their exchange and they both took a few steps back from each other. Distance was important. If they didn't like each other, then all they had to do was try to stay apart. At that point, I noticed something. Shiro, you live on Hisaku Island, right? Why are you here?
じいさんの家がこっちにあんだよ。忙しいのに面倒見ろって呼び戻されてんだ。
My grandpa lives here. I'm busy, but he's always nagging me to look after him. Huh? He's a surprisingly good guy if he's going so far as to come here for that. It was like seeing a delinquent holding an umbrella over a stray cat. But I guess any decent grandchild would take care of their grandparents. Is work busy?
そろそろハイシーズンだしよ。
Yeah, it's almost peak season, so if you need some help, I can introduce you to someone. I started talking business with a plan in mind. Naturally, the person I wanted to introduce was none other than Higa. It had been a week since our outing, meaning that was kinda like a date. Apparently, she hadn't gotten so much as a single interview since then. I wanted to help her. That thought alone drove me to act.
じゃあ、オーナーに話してみるわ。
Really? I'll talk to the owner about it then. Let me know if they're okay with it. We exchanged numbers and parted ways. Kanshiro reached out to me the next day. They wanted to offer Higa an interview. When I told her, she left for Hisaku Island in high spirits, and her friendly nature got her the job. She would now be working at a maritime supply store. A line of work truly fitting for a subtropical island. So now we get the perspective of the delinquent after all this time, huh? While it hasn't been long since I met Nishime, it felt like I knew him for ages. We met on the battlefield as enemies. We spoke with our fists, occasionally shedding blood. It would have been nice if we'd met as allies. But we didn't have the freedom to choose how we met people. That was because we were mercenaries who had to follow our employer's orders. I guess in that sense, the fact that I ended up taking his hand was fate, its way of toying with me. We've been sworn friends ever since that day. We've even grown close enough to trade the Book of Abon. He's referring to Dojin magazines lately. Oh my gosh! I could easily get my hands on the books I wouldn't have dared to show anyone. I was on the receiving end for now, but soon enough, I'll have a collection of my own to show off to Nishime. My very own collection of spellbooks and grimoires. He's still referring to Dojin magazines that were impossible to find on this island.
よろしくお願いします。
It's nice to meet you. I was lost in thought when a young woman entered the store. She was the agent my comrade in arms sent over.
お前が西目の紹介してきたという新人だな。
Are you the new person Nishime put in a referral for?
はい、日がつむぎと言います。
Oh yes, I am. I'm Sugumi Higa.
そうか。まずは覚えておけ。
That's so. First off, remember this. I put the book I was reading down and stood
こ
up.
の店じゃ俺がルールだ。命令は絶対。わかったか？
In this store, my word is the law. My order's absolute. You got that?
はい。
Understood.
まず茶を入れろ。
Good. For starters, make some tea.
ただいまお持ちします。
Understood. I'll bring some over right away. She ran toward the storage room without a delay. It was a strong start. This was a maritime supply store. Our job was to rent out anything necessary for water sports. That included surfing, snorkeling, rowing, and diving equipment. Customers would flood the store after June, so for now the only people who came in were those who did these activities regularly. Still, our hands were starting to get full with the preparations we had to do for the summer crowd. The owner usually wasn't here during these times. He left everything to the part-timer, me. This goes without saying, but manning the storefront and handling storage went hand in hand. The owner must have expected me to clone myself or something, but that's just impossible. And then that girl entered the picture. The owner gave the green light as soon as he found out that she was a big-chested beauty. Oh my gosh. What is it with these guys? Stop judging her like that and just hire her based on her skills and that. He mentioned coming in tomorrow to observe. Must be nice to have an important title.
さてと。
Better get started. I took out my manga and started reading. I threw all storage room related responsibilities to the new girl. I'd manage the storefront from here. Though I doubt anyone would come.
綺麗ですね。
What
サー
a,
フィンするやつですか？
what a pretty board. Is this for surfing? The lady pointed at the surfboard after making the tea.
そうだよ。サーフィンしたことねえのか？
Yeah, you've never surfed before?
海は怖くて。
I'm scared of the ocean.
この鳥さんのボードは可愛いですね。私もインコを飼ってるんです。
But the
タマ
bird,
コって言うんです。
but the birds on here are really cute. I have some parakeet. He's myself. They're called Balder and Sashin. Sashin.
そりゃ略して金玉だな。
So when you combine them, they'd be ballsack? Oh my gosh.
見てくださいよ。
Please don't call them that.
あ、そうだ。
Oh, that's right. I suddenly remembered the task I had to
何で
do.
すか？
What's wrong?
ボード。店の裏に捨てられてたやつ。廃棄しなきゃならねえんだった。
There's a board that was thrown out in the back. We have to get rid of it. Many surfers had their own boards, but having the enthusiasm for the hobby didn't necessarily mean they had the sense to take care of them. When they broke, they were a pain to repair, and when they were too badly damaged, they needed to be thrown out. The boards were huge, so they were considered oversized garbage. Disposing of it through normal means would cost a pretty penny, so some owners just leave them on the beach. I get that traveling just to get the necessary label is a waste of time, but in that case they should be taking them directly to the landfills. Why leave it in the back of the store? This isn't a dump. Regardless, whatever was left back here had to be disposed of properly. The fee for oversized garbage is pretty hefty. So to avoid that, the owner told me to break the surfboards down into smaller pieces and throw them out that way.
ノコギリくらい女でも使えんだろう。店裏の右側にあるから捨てとけ。
Any girl can work a saw, right? It's on the right side, made out back, so go throw it out.
はーい。それが終わったら店番もさせてもらえますか？
Got it. Once I do that, could I please work out front?
ああ？店番？
Out
お店に
here?
立つのが楽しそうだなって。
Working here seems fun.
俺がルールだって話を忘れたか。
Did you already forget that my rules are absolute?
失礼しました。
That's right. So sorry about that. I glared at her and she hurriedly ran back to the storage room. This was fine. It was important to solidify the hierarchy from the outset.
仕事をうまく進める方法は
Back to Samugi, huh? I'd better look up how to be efficient at work. As I headed toward the back of the store, I took out my notebook. I immediately lost any confidence as soon as I was entrusted with a task I'd never done before. It was also my first time working at a marine supply store, and to top it all off, nothing had been explained to me, but I had to do this on my own. That was more than enough to make me nervous. I took deep breaths and glanced at my notebook. How to split your heart into two. I already tried this. Was there anything else I could do?
あった。直感を信じ、考えるのをやめよう。ふむふむ。
Here,
考
trust...
えてはダメ。考えてはダメ。
Here, trust your gut and don't think about it. I see. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. I closed my eyes and repeated the teaching to myself. Doing so made me feel as if its power was diffusing throughout my body. Okay, I'm all full of energy now. Let's do this.
考えてはダメ。考えてはダメ。
Don't think about it. Don't think about it. I recited the teaching to myself so I wouldn't forget and reached the back of the store. Wow. I looked out to find the beach spread out before me. Seeing the beautiful ocean raised my spirits. I'd gone through a lot of hardship, but it made me want to keep trying my best. I gazed out at the sea for a while before remembering that I was in the middle of work. Where was the surfboard again? I think he said it was on the right side out back.
お箸を持つ方。
Right, would be the hand I hold my chopsticks with. He goes left-handed. I took off running in high spirits. This is amazing, simply priceless. I was completely engrossed in the grimoire a doujin magazine Nishime lent me. Customers would come in from time to time, so I'd have to pause to help them with rentals. There were some beginners who wanted to avoid peak season, so I had to explain everything to them in detail. This could only be done by an island local. Knowing the ocean like the back of your hand was key. For any business that involved the sea, you'd sometimes have to make decisions based on instinct. We weren't a souvenir shop. This was no job for an amateur. The new girl was 5 years too early to be handling the storefront. We were getting a good amount of business that day, so I worked pretty hard to handle our finances and whatnot. Whenever I was free, I took breaks and read the grimoire. I was doing some honest hard work and had forgotten to take note of the time. Speaking of which, wasn't I forgetting something else kind of important? Oh. That's right, the newbie. 3 hours had passed since I told her to get rid of the surfboard. There was just one to take care of, so I didn't think it'd take that long to do. Oh, maybe it was because I never told her where the saw was. Was she able to find it? Worried, I searched the shelves for it. Oh, it's still here. Is she slacking? I headed around back. The board was thrust deep into the sand. I watched her punch it with her bare hands. Hiya! She let out a spirited yell, and an explosive sound rang out from the board. It had broken into 2 pieces with one strike. Since surfboards needed to be able to traverse some rough waves, they were a lot sturdier than plain planks of wood. They were also coated in fiberglass. Oh my gosh. There's no way it would break by just hitting it. I rubbed my eyes and took another look. This time she broke it into quarters with an axe kick. Oh my gosh, she's a monster! The new girl noticed me and flashed me a light-hearted smile.
少しで終わりそうです。たくさんあって大変でした。
I should be done soon. There were so many that it took a while. Many? Didn't I ask her to dispose of just one? When I looked behind her, I noticed that there were several boards that had been broken down in small pieces, and the rental boards we had left out to dry had completely disappeared. Where did all of our surfboards go? Oh my gosh! Warning! I walked to the right side of the store. The board we needed to dispose of was lying on the floor. I walked to the left side to make sure that the ones drying outside were really gone. Where did all of our surfboards go?
どうかしましたか?
Is something wrong? You destroyed too many boards. I placed a hand on the new girl's shoulder. She was glistening with sweat from hours of hard work. Hey.
はい?
Yes?
クビだ。
You're fired.
どうしてですか?
What? Why? What? Why? No, I'm gonna go back. What? Why? Okay, that's my line. She had completely broken the items our business depended on. How am I supposed to fix this? All I could do was put my head in my hands. How did this happen to begin with? I see Nishime sent over quite the assassin, that bastard! Oh my gosh! Hikaru.
クビになりました。
I was fired. Iga gave us a prompt report. I couldn't help but feel shocked at how quickly she'd managed that. She was fired. How come? Poor clue?
わかんない。
I'm not sure. Cause you went overboard and didn't ask questions. She had a pained expression on her
書い
face.
てある通りにやったのに。
I did just as the notebook said. Iga brought up a fine point. It was exactly that. Nothing went well because she stuck to its teachings. Just because natto is good for you doesn't mean you could live a healthy lifestyle on that alone. Too much of anything could be harmful, and that applied to these life hacks too. Iga had the tendency to go overboard with them, and she didn't seem to know when enough was enough. The problem now was what to do about it. I couldn't come up with a good answer. I didn't have nearly enough life experience to be offering any advice. How about not using the notebook anymore? I tried to bring it up
そ
gently.
れはできないよ。
I can't do that, she responded sadly. It seemed like she had an unusual fixation on it. What exactly is she doing wrong? I couldn't help but ask myself at the dinner table.
あれは劣等感だとあかりは思いますね。自分の考えに自信がないから他人の考えにすがってるんですよ。
I think it's an inferiority complex. She doesn't trust herself. She's relying on others. Well, you're probably right about that, Akari, if she's relying on a notebook about that. Akari had a surprisingly smart point. Iga didn't seem the type to struggle with making decisions for herself. How do we fix
さ
that?
あ、あかりは常に自信たっぷりなので。
Who knows? I have full confidence in myself, so I think she might need a therapist. That wasn't helpful. But Higa needs a therapist, I think, to figure out what this is going on about. Not to mention, not even true. She was totally nervous the day before her audition. Do you have any ideas, Leland? I directed the question to my housemate. She placed her chopsticks on the table and took some time to think before
よく
responding.
わからないわ。自分と他人を比べたら他人の方が優れている点なんて必ずあるでしょ。
I'm not sure. When you compare yourself to others, isn't it natural to see the ways in which they surpass you? Have you ever been envious because of something like that? Maybe because someone else is something you don't?
家族ね。
Family, I think. The word had a lot of weight to it. Leland did concern herself with basic survival needs after all. When you're giving your all just to get by, you don't exactly have much leeway to be jealous of others. Maybe we could use this somehow. No, rather this was going back several steps. I couldn't come up with anything after trying to talk it out with them. Such is
そ
life.
れより今日の夕飯どう？
Putting that aside, how's dinner today? Leland looked a little nervous. I shifted my gaze to the stewed fish I had been mindlessly eating. It was a pretty intricate dish, so I assumed it was from a store. Did you make this? It's super good.
よかった。
Really glad to hear it. Leela nodded, seemingly unwillingly satisfied. She even high-fived Akari. She'd really mellowed out. To put it differently, she had grown. You could even say she adapted. That wasn't a skill Higa didn't have. My heart hurt just thinking about it. We watched TV in the living room after dinner. Lately, Akari had been hanging out at our place until pretty late. She would just sit in the living room and read without talking to anyone. Most of the books she read were ones she bought hot from home. In other words, they were from a collection of stories she had to hide from her parents. She used our bookshelves to store them, since they had been empty to begin with. Leland was reading with Akari as well. I wasn't sure if she was also doing that during the day, but she was going through the books at a pretty fast
あかり
pace.
文庫の履修はあかりがリルーさんにお願いしていることなので、決してリルーさんが家事をサボっているわけではありませんと申し伝えておきます。
I personally requested Leland to study up on my collection. I just wanted to let you know that she isn't skipping out on her chores or anything like that. What are you talking about? It never even crossed my
そう
mind.
でしたか。嫁が家事をサボって遊ぶなど言語道断という厳しい亭主になるのではと不安でしたが、いらぬ心配だったようですね。
Is that so? I was worried you'd be super strict and complain about her playing instead of working, but I'm glad to see I worried for nothing. Where did you get that
何
idea?
せ西目さんはケチですので。
I mean, you're a total cheapskate, Nishime. Nishime. And you charged us 1,000 yen to get us here initially. That's 'cause I'm broke. I wasn't frugal by choice. If I had an endless supply of money, I'd use it to my heart's content. I mean, she can play around as much as she wants once she's done with her chores, although I'm not sure there's actually much for her to do during the
随
day.
分と優しいのね。
You're awfully kind. You really think so?
見たことないくらい。感謝してる。
Yeah, I've never experienced anything like it. I really appreciate it. Leland was surprisingly honest.
でも、ニーソックスで縛ってなんてあげないわよ。
But I'm not going to tie you up in knee-length socks even if you ask. What? What's going through her head right now? What are you talking
そうす
about?
るのが男の人の一番のご褒美だって本に。
This book mentions that doing so is the ultimate reward for men. Okay. Either those men are masochists, or the girls in that manga are getting their are dishing out the revenge that they deserve to dish out. Leland pointed to one of Akari's books. I hereby declare Akari's collection contraband.
おっと、言論統制ですか？戦争ですか？あかりは表現の自由を尊ぶ者の一員として最後まで抵抗しますよ。
Oh, are you limiting my freedom of speech? Is this war? As a member of society who values freedom of expression, I will rebel to the ends of the earth. It was a ridiculous exchange. Whatever was being shown on TV failed to register. It had gotten pretty late, so I saw Akari off, took a bath, and went to sleep. It was a peaceful night with nothing particularly special going on. Or so I thought. Others, huh? The man was a drunkard. Of course, he himself didn't think he was drunk. He fell repeatedly on his way home and bumped his head on the door at the entrance, but the man just chalked it all up to bad luck. He took a shower on his unsteady feet. Once he was warmed up from his bath, he slipped into his futon. He opened the book he was in the middle of reading and lit a cigarette. Smoking before bed was part of his daily routine. Since he was drunk, he just read the same lines of text over and over. Alright. Good, looks like we're still on. It refused to register in his head, but he felt that he was reading it fine. Drowsiness eventually crept up on him. He didn't even realize that his eyes were already closed. The cigarette he lit slowly fell out of his right hand. The incident occurred in the middle of the night. I woke up after feeling some pain on my cheeks. Wake up. I looked up to find Leland by my pillow. She had changed out of her pajamas into her regular clothes. I automatically looked at the clock and saw that it was 2 a.m. What's wrong? It's really late. Someone's here. Huh? What do they want this late at night? Before I had a chance to accuse her of lying, the doorbell rang. Whoever was there kept ringing it over and over. Who is it?
さあ、あんたが起きる前からずっと鳴らしてるのよ。
I don't know. They were doing that even before you woke up. That's super shady.
倒していいなら私が行くけど。
If we need to get rid of them, I can go. Don't do that. I'll go with you. I changed and headed toward the entrance. The corridor was pitch black, which only added to the unsettling mood. If my companion was a high school-aged girl, oh, this would be the moment she'd say I'm scared and cling to my arm. Okay. Why do you think that? Because she might not do that. But in our case, the roles were reversed. Leland led the way and I followed her from behind. Let me in! I'm scared. I immediately clung to Leland.
しがみつかないでくれる。人でしょ、今のは。
Could you not do that? that was definitely a regular person. Let me in! Come in. After calming down and listening to the voice again, he realized it sounded familiar. It belonged to
何
Tahiga.
かあったのかしら。
I wonder what's wrong. Leland opened the door. And sure enough, our visitor was Higa. She had a bird cage with 2 parakeet in her left hand and a plastic bag in the other. Slung over her shoulder was a stuffed overnight hag.
大変なことになったの。お願い、助けて。
Something terrible happened. Could you please help me? She pleaded to us in tears. What happened? Let's talk inside. Please come on in. We invited her into the living room for the time being. After seeing her in proper lighting, I noticed that parts of her hair and clothes are stained black. The dark spots looked like soot or ashes. It almost felt like she had traveled through a coal mine. I handed her a damp towel. She looked a little better after wiping her face. Did something happen? I prodded her again and she responded.
家が燃えてしまって。
So my place burned down. It's getting a little dark here. So I'm gonna turn on the light. Shouldn't take too much time, so I'm just going to mute. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back now. Let's see, so my place burned down. Your place burned down? Why?
アパートの人が寝タバコをしたみたいで。
Apparently someone in my apartment building smoked in bed. Ika slowly began to fill us in on the details. The fire broke out 2 hours earlier. It started on the first floor and engulfed the wooden building in a matter of seconds. Seriously? I couldn't help but blurt that out. It wasn't just that hard to believe. Ika probably felt that I actually doubted her and answered
バー
sadly.
なら見に来る？何も残ってないんだよ。
If you don't believe me, do you want to go see it? There's nothing left. I couldn't find the words to respond. Just then I received a message from Akari. An apartment building was destroyed in a fire. Higa mentioned living in an apartment, right? The incident caused an uproar throughout the island. It's nothing short of a disaster. The silver lining in all of this is that Higa noticed and was able to get out despite the ungodly
隣
hour.
の人が騒いでたから。でも、持ち出せたものはあんまりなくて。
I heard the people next door making a lot of noise. Still, I wasn't able to bring much with me. From what I could tell, all she had were her birds and a
あ
bag.
と、これも。
I saved this too. Ika took her notebook out of her bag. It had been inside the one she used for work. Everything else was gone, including her furniture, clothes, books, and electronics. all lost to the flames. I'm sorry you went through that.
大丈夫。困難には感謝しなきゃだし。
It's okay, I should be grateful for any hardship anyway. Was this really something you could be grateful for? While Higa looked calm now, it made me wonder how she truly felt beneath the surface. If she kept that up, she'd probably explode eventually. I grew excessively worried. What are you going to do now? Yeah, what are you going to do now? I don't know.
ノートを見ても、家が燃えてなくなっちゃった時のことは書いてなかったし。
I looked through my notebook and it doesn't have anything on what to do when your home burns down. Of course it wouldn't, because people don't usually have that problem. I don't think you'd find that in any
だ
book.
から自分なりに考えてみたんだけど。
So I tried to come up with something on my own.
とりあえ
Nice.
ずありったけビールを買ってパーッとやろうかと思って。
For now, I'm gonna buy as much beer as I can and drink until I drop. Oh my gosh. You're gonna unalive yourself through alcohol? You're an idiot! That's just running away. That was the opposite of a good idea. So, that plastic bag you
自
had,
販機のビール全部買っちゃった。
I bought out all the beer from a vending machine. Where exactly was she going wrong? It is clear that Higa had the determination to get back on her feet. Is that not enough? If there is a god that can control fate out there, if you're listening, please lend her a hand. Please at least consider it.
それで家がなくなっちゃったから止めてもらっていいかな。
Well, anyway, my home's all gone now, so could I stay over? Of course you can, right? I don't know what's going on. I looked to Leland, who replied with, why not? Considering her values, I almost expected her to say that the weak deserved to perish. I was glad she had it in her to be kind. We just have to figure out where. There are only 2 futons in this house. I'd thrown out the moldy one since I figured we didn't need it.
ソファーじゃない？
How about the sofa? That's the only option, Higa. Please sleep in my futon. I'll be on the couch.
そんなの悪いよ。
I couldn't. I stood my ground despite her thoughtful attempt to trade places. You should get plenty of rest, seriously. I wholeheartedly meant that. Her home had burned down, taking all of her belongings with it. She was also unemployed. I wouldn't be surprised if she started to lose faith in this world. I didn't want that. Higa continued resisting, but once I convinced her, she went to sleep in my futon. We could plan for the future in the morning. For now, it was important for us to get some rest. Morning arrived. Higa woke up in time for breakfast. She looked a lot better than she did last night. It seemed like she had an appetite too. I'm glad you're looking
おかげさ
better.
までね。本当にありがとう。
It's all thanks to you. I really appreciate
どう
it.
するわけ？
So what are you planning to
事
do?
後処理があるからしばらく家に置いてもらえると助かるかな。
There's a lot I'll have to deal with, so it would be great if I could stay here for a while. There was a mountain of paperwork involved for victims of a fire, including applications for fire insurance and negotiations with the landlord. Her lease would be cancelled and the amount a rent due would be calculated based on her contract. She could even begin her discussions with her landlord as early as today, but it would also take quite some time for her fire insurance payments to take
家に置い
effect.
てもらえるとね。
You want to stay here for a while,
何かお手伝いできることがあればやるので、家事なら一応は。
I'd be happy to help out in any way I can. I can do some basic chores.
私がやるもの。
No need for that, I'm in charge of that. Leland was being pretty harsh, so I tried to soften the blow. Please don't worry about helping out. Definitely prioritize all the cleaning up he'll need to do.
おお、家事と家事って読み方が同じなんだね。おばあちゃんみたい。
Oh, by cleaning up you mean the fire-related stuff. Haha, it's just like that grandma poster all over again. Chores and cleaning up. Daring and darling. The former was easy to misunderstand, but wasn't the latter just a matter of her eyesight? When I told Suzuki about the fire, she put some money in my hands and told me to stop complaining and go buy something sweet at the store over there. What? When you're in a bind, you need a support system. Don't you even know that, Nishimi? Were you born without a heart? That was harsh. This was probably just her way of being thoughtful. So I bought some cake on the way home. I'm back. I felt something was out of place when I entered the house. It was eerily quiet. Up until yesterday, Leland would always be cooking in the kitchen when I returned home from work. But at that moment, I couldn't hear any of the usual noises coming from that direction at all. I peeked into the bedrooms to find no one there either. I then headed to the living room and saw that the lights were on. I could hear Higa's voice through the
私
door.
の金玉は可愛いな。毛むくじゃらでふわふわ。
What the? You're so cute, ballsack. I love how soft and fuzzy you are. This is easy to misconstrue here. Huh? What was she doing in my living room? I slowly opened the door with bated breath and found Higa feeding her 2 parakeets.
おかえりなさい。
Oh, you're back. What are you
ピ
doing?
ンクとタマコに餌をあげてるの。
Feeding Balder and Suction. Balder, Suction. Some pretty unique names for birds. You really shouldn't combine those 2 names.
そうなの？金城くんは略して呼んでたけどな。
You think? Kaneshiro called them that, though. Joe was the culprit. To think he'd return the favor of lending him my dojing magazine. Scenes like this, he is beyond help. You seem like you're in a good mood.
今日は勉強もできたし。
Yeah, I was able to get some studying done today. About
自
what?
分の性格をね、直す方法。
Ways to fix my personality. If you want help with that, Higa, you've gotta go see a therapist. Your
なんか
personality.
ね、私が失敗するのって性格がダメだからかなって思って。
You know, I was thinking that maybe it's the reason why I'm so bad at everything.
自己分析を経て自身の弱点を知り克服するための方法を見つけようとしたのだ。
So I conducted some self-analysis and got to know my weaknesses and looked for ways to overcome them. So you pretty much just read some books about that, right?
バレたか。
You got me there. I don't think you need to alter your personality at all. You're amazing just the way you are, Higa, so please don't change.
最高ってどういう意味？
Amazing? What do you mean? While she was surprised to hear it, the greedy expression on her face told me that she wanted more. Seeing that side of her made my heart skip a beat. As we made some small talk, I took out the special gift I brought. I bought some cake. Do you want some?
美味しそう。
Wow, they look they look great. Thinking Akari and Leland would want some, I bought 4 in total. I made sure to choose a variety so each one was different. Higa chose the chocolate cake with raspberries on top. It seemed like something a mature grade schooler would
あらら
pick.
ら、美味しそうなものを食べてますね。
My oh my, that looks delicious. Kari and Leland popped into the living room. They had shopping bags in both hands. They must have been getting
という
groceries.
か、比嘉さんがなぜこんな時間に？
Wait, why is Higa at this here at this hour? It's a long story. I explained the whole situation surrounding Higa's apartment burning down. Even Akari couldn't help but listen with a solemn look on her face.
これはお気の毒に。明かりで力になれることなら何でも言ってください。
That's unfortunate. If there's anything I can do to help, please do let me
あ
know.
りがとう。でも大丈夫だよ。
Thanks, but I'll be okay.
無理はいけませんよ。このおっぱいなんかとても重そうじゃないですか。あかりが持っていてあげましょう。
No need to put up a front. I mean, those boobs of yours look really heavy. I'd be happy to take some of that weight off your shoulders. Why would you want that, Akari? Akari lifted Higa's breast from behind. It created a magic opening in her blouse that I couldn't help but stare at.
なんて重さですか。これは大変ですね。
These are really heavy. They must be a ton of work. They must be a ton of work to lug around.
すごい。なんだろう、肩が楽になったかも。
Oh wow, my shoulders do feel lighter now. Higa seemed happy with Akari's help.
あかりは今日から比嘉さんのおっぱいを持つ係として生計を立てていきたいと思います。
I'd like to make
はい
a...
西目さん。こうすると傘
Oh
にも
my
なりますよ。
gosh. Really? I'd like to make a living off being a boob holding... living off being on boob holding duty for Higa. Check it out, Nishime. If you do this, they become an umbrella. And I just wanna beat you up right now, Akari. Akari forced her way onto Higa's lap and held her breasts up with her head. I probably looked really dumb, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. True art has a way of pulling you in and refusing to let you go.
どうすんのよそれ。
Ugh, what do I do now? Leland sighed. She had turned the cake box around so it faced her. Since they were fresh, they had to be eaten today.
デザートも作ろうと思ってたのに先に連絡してくれないと困るんだけど。
I was thinking about making dessert today. I really wish you would have let me know in advance. Oh, sorry. That's probably why they were out. It was just a matter of bad timing.
別にいいけど作るのは明日にすればいいだけだし。
It's fine, I can just make it tomorrow. Despite her words, I could tell her mood worsened. Should I have said something? Well, she was she was usually on the cranky side anyway. I'll leave her alone.
時に比嘉さん、心をいたわるために適切な書物があるのですが、興味はありませんか？
By the way, Higa, I have just the book to help heal your soul. Are you interested?
そんなのがあるの？
Oh, do you really have something like that?
明かり文庫があるので好きに読んでください。
It's part of my collection in the living room, so feel free to take a look. That's contraband, though. Iga seemed like the type to be easily influenced by those books. She'd probably end up doing all sorts of things to me saying, I read that friends do this to each other all the time. That was extremely dangerous for my heart. Iga, you might just get even more charming. Iga, you might just get even more charming than you already are.
だから私魅力的じゃないって。
I'm not charming at all. She punched my shoulder lightly. I grew flustered. It was the first time she touched me.
ね
Hey. I felt a heavier punch to the other side, no, to the other shoulder. It was from Leland. Surprisingly, my heart didn't react one bit.
荷物運び手伝ってくれない？
Can you help me with the groceries? You're asking me. I wanted to keep talking to Higa. Seeing me respond reluctantly, Leland disappeared into the kitchen with a never mind. She had shopping bags in both hands. What happened just now? Make us some tea while you're in there, I called to her. I didn't get a response, but I was sure he heard. 5 minutes later, Leland returned. With a huffy, here you go, she angrily placed a can of tea leaves on the table. It was so forceful she was basically slamming it down. Is she angry or something?
乙女心ですよ。
Nishime, you'll never understand the heart of a maiden. Leland, a maiden, no way. She had a survivor's spirit, through and through. I had been with her the longest, so I know this very well. When I said that, Akari let out a deep sigh. It was as if I was the bad guy here. Okay. I slammed the can of tea leaves onto the table and returned to the kitchen. I had no idea why I was so irritated. I have felt this way ever since Higa arrived. I was extremely short-tempered for no particular reason. Was it because Hikaru was treating me like an afterthought? It probably was. I worked so hard to learn how to cook, and he refused to even give me the time of day. I suddenly remembered a conversation I had with Hikari the other day. It was the day Hikaru complimented me for the stewed fish.
焼き物、揚げ物、煮物。調理における3つは一通りできるようになりましたね。
Grilling, frying, and stewing looks like you're getting the hang of the 3 basic cooking
あと
techniques.
は応用ですので、材料とレシピさえあれば何でも作れますよ。
All that's
一つを除いて。
left is to put them into practice, and you'll be able to make everything as long as you have a recipe and the ingredients, well, save for one food group.
その一つは何？それもやるわ。
What is it? I'll learn that
どう
too.
でしょうね。その領域はそれ単体で今まで習ったことと同じくらいの幅広さがありますので大変ですよ。
I'm not sure you're up for it, since that one is as broad as everything you've learned up
そ
till
んなに奥が
now.
深いの？
Is it really that intense?
ええ。パティシエという専門職がいるくらいに深いんですよ。デザートは。
Yep, dessert making is so broad that there are people who specialize in just that, called pastry chefs. That made me want to try my hand at it. I'd mastered making these so-called desserts and have him tell me they're
最初
delicious.
はプリンかゼリーがおすすめです。
I recommend starting out with pudding or
言う
jelly.
ならそうするわ。
If you say so, then that's what I'll do. That was the gist. Fast forward to day when I was thinking of making some. Hikaru ended up buying cake. He was enjoying them with Higa. I stared at them from the living room door listless. I watched as they ate their tasty dessert while talking excitedly. I decided not to make my own. Hikaru was already having some after all. Thanks to him starting a new well-paying job, he wasn't short on money. He even had the funds to buy sweets. If that's the case, then there's no need for me to make any to begin with.
リルーさん、いいんですか？材料も買ったのに。
Leland, is that really okay with you? You got all the ingredients and everything.
私の役割はご飯を作ることだもの。
It's fine, my job is to make meals after all. It wasn't fine. If I were to voice my thoughts, would something change? I opened the fridge to see beer cans taking up about half of our limited space. I moved them to make space for the dessert ingredients, gloomy thoughts in mind. Okay. My day off happened to fall on a rare sunny day within this rainy season. I was feeling pretty great. Are you going somewhere, Higa?
おばあちゃんのとこ。
Yep, I'm gonna visit Granny. She'd mentioned her briefly before. If I remembered correctly, her grandmother was in a nursing home. As I dug through my memory, Higa asked if I wanted to go with her. It was a rare opportunity, so I decided to tag along. The nursing home was on Hisaku Island. It was located on a small hill further inland. This is probably intentional since its residents wouldn't be able to flee from the waves if needed. Still, there had to be a better location for it. The walk there from the harbor was a little over 5 kilometers. The sunny days during the rainy season were humid and hot. Ego was full of energy while I was absolutely spent. Hello? A cool and refreshing wind hit us as soon as we opened the door. The combination of air conditioning and the dehumidifier created a welcoming environment as opposed to the hellish humid heat outside. Welcome, thanks for coming today. An older lady popped her head out from behind the reception. She seemed to know Higa. I was a fish out of water here and couldn't do much except watch your idle exchange. At some point, the lady looked over at me. Is this a relative,
友
perhaps?
達です。一緒に見学に来たんです。あと少し手伝ってもらおうかなって。
He's a friend. He wanted to tag along on my visit. I'm thinking of having him help out a bit, too. Really? That's wonderful. Once they finished exchanging pleasantries, the receptionist disappeared in a room further back. Let's see. Yeah, into a room further back. Higa took off her shoes and put on some slippers with practiced movements, and I followed suit. Despite being familiar with the concept of a nursing home, I couldn't quite picture what one would actually look like. I could only imagine it resembling a hospital of some sort. There'd be many rooms with old people sleeping in them. That was more or less what I was expecting. But the place before me was much brighter than that. The wells were covered in drawings and crafts that seemed to have been made by its inhabitants. Some were impressive, while others were pretty terrible to look at. There was a section for portraits drawn with crayon, too. Frankly, the very first thing the nursing home reminded me of was a kindergarten. We headed toward an open space they referred to as the lounge. Several elderly people were gathered. They were all fixated on a wall-mounted TV. Some were in wheelchairs while others weren't. The lady from the reception had arrived before us and clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "Smoogies here, everyone," she announced Higa's arrival with a clear voice. The nursing home residents looked toward Higa and smiled broadly. "Oh, Smoogie, it's been a while. How have you been?" "I have a real funny story to tell ya." "Oh, Miki, she's gotta see Shoko first, silly." "She's right, stop being so hasty." "Go on, Shoko. I ought to be in her room now. We got a whole lot to tell you later." They all rushed to talk to Higa. It was hard to believe these were the same people who were silently watching TV just a few seconds ago. Higa reacted to their excitement gracefully, waving and responding to each of her elderly friends as she went across the lounge. We headed toward one of the private rooms. When we arrived at our destination, we knocked before heading inside. I noticed that all the doors in the building were sliding doors. Okay. I guessed they were easier to open than the ones with doorknobs. Inside was a single room. It had a bed and a dresser. It closely resembled what I imagined a hospital room would look like. "Oh, you came to visit?" An elderly woman was lying down on the bed. She tried to get up as soon as she saw Higa. She attempted to prop herself up using both of her hands. However, it was clear she was having a hard
無
time.
理しないで。起こしてあげる。
"Hang on, I'll lend you a hand." Higa put a hand on her back and slowly helped her upright. I saw that the old lady was wearing a pretty flashy shirt. Her white hair and tan skin made it difficult to distinguish her from the other residents, but it seemed like she had a thicker head of hair. Her fluffy locks reached the top of her
おばあち
shoulders.
ゃん、元気にしてた？
"Have you been well, Granny?" "I'd say so."
ならよかった。この間ね、おばあちゃんに似合いそうな服を見つけてね。
"That's good. I actually found some clothes I thought would suit you the other day." Higa showed her a picture on her phone. I watched as they excitedly talked about clothing. "Who's this young
友
man?"
達だよ。来てくれたの。
"He's a friend. He wanted to come along." "My, he's not your boyfriend?" "He's young for that."
違うよ。友達だって。
"Not at all. He's just a friend. Isn't it about time you thought about getting married?"
おばあちゃんまでその話。まだ早いよ。
"Not you too, Granny. It's way too early for me. Despite how she looks, my granddaughter's a sweet girl. Won't you take her as your wife?" "Oh my gosh! Hikaru's a minor!" Granny suddenly grabbed my hand. Based on the flow of conversation, I assumed she was Higa's grandmother. I squeezed her hand back and declared, "Please leave her to me, grandmother."
ちょっと、西目
Hold on, Nishime. Thank goodness, I can die in peace now. That escalated quickly. Doesn't that mean it'd be my fault if Higa's grandmother died? I broke out in a sweat. Hang on, why don't you at least live long enough to see your great-grandchildren? I suppose that's true. When can I see them? We can aim for next year. Erg. Higa made noises of protest as she punched my back. Ah, come on. Some lip service won't hurt.
そうだけど。だって、西目くんと結婚して子供を持つってなんか想像しちゃって。
I know, but I couldn't help but picture marrying you and raising kids. Her reaction was absolutely adorable. Higa's granny laughed as she watched us. Having greeted her grandmother, Higa and I returned to the lounge. She was immediately surrounded by the elderly residents who wanted to talk to her. There were always about 5 people speaking at any given moment, making the conversations convoluted and hard to follow. Higa earnestly responded to each one as best she could. Aren't they a lively bunch? As the facility's residents warmly greeted Higa, I spoke with yeah, there's some typos here, with the lady we met at the reception. She even made some tea. I was the only one being treated as a guest. It surprised me. I thought the people living at nursing homes would be more sickly. Well, this is an assisted living facility after all. Is that different from a regular nursing home? Well, from what I've read, yes, it is. Because assisted living is for people that are still mostly functional, but they need some help. In many ways, yes. There were a few factors that distinguished assisted living facilities from nursing homes. First off, skilled nursing care was not provided. Therefore, the residents had to be in good health. The only people who enrolled in these group homes were actually elderly people with dementia. They could live communally with familiar faces without leaving their hometown. The fact that they could do that guaranteed a stress-free environment, which was their main selling point. Everyone here has dementia, but they're fit as a fiddle otherwise. They even end up leaving the facility from time to time. Isn't that dangerous? It is. There's nothing around here, so if they aren't careful, things could go south really quickly. How do you deal with that? There's nothing much we can do. They're really healthy after all, so there's no point in keeping constant watch over them. The lady sighed. That's why Tsumugi's such a big help. What do you mean? She comes every week, and when she's here, we get to take a breather. She's popular too. The residents who won't listen to me are obedient with her. I can see that happening. Higa was approachable, or rather easy to talk to. It was like she had all the makings of a kind and generous person. Even now, she was playing Karuta with traditional Japanese card game with the facility's residents. Apparently, anything more complex than that would be too difficult for those who had later stages of dementia. As I watched, I could see some of them struggling to understand the letters they heard or miscounting their cards. Higa stood in the middle of the ground and helped progress the game by gently helping those who had a hard time. Would it be possible for Higa to work here? Why is that? Is she changing career paths? The question just slipped out. I quickly told her that I assumed so. Well, we're limited in how many employees we have. We have volunteers coming in too, so we're getting by, but we can't hire anymore. The world was not making this easy. A hint of anger welled up inside me, but I had nowhere to direct it. The lady blamed the government, so I just decided to do the same. Hey, come here and play with us, young man. The facility's residents beckoned me over after finishing their game of Karuta. Sure, what are we playing? Cards, how about it? Well, I don't think the youngsters even play them anymore. It's all about the PlayStation now, right? Well, that's definitely true, even for the generation of my nieces and nephews right now. But not completely. It was more so my time. PlayStation. The second old lady had a triumphant look on her face. I couldn't say I disagreed, but if I did, I would have ruined the pleasant mood. In the end, I couldn't settle on what to do, so I put on my people pleaser act and said, since I'm with friends, I'd be happy with either. Did you hear that? He called us his friends. That's real nice of him. With friends, ain't it normal to do things like this with each other? The old lady grabbed my left arm and clung tightly to me. You're real shameless, ain't you, Shimizu? The other lady teased her companion as she grabbed my other arm. Both arms were taken. I could feel their chests pushing up against them. Had I ever been this popular at any other point in my life? Nope. But it didn't make me happy. It didn't make me happy at all. I heard that people get popular at 3 points in life. The fact that one was being used up like this made me so depressed. I almost cried.
二人とも西目くんが困ってますよ。トランプするんでしょ?
Okay, you two Nishimes gotten all flustered. Weren't we going to play cards? I see how it is. I bet this Umugi's the jealous type. We won't steal your boyfriend from you, don't you worry.
だからそんなんじゃないんだってば。
I told you we don't see each other that way. The other elderly ladies teased Higa just like her grandmother did. When it was time for lunch at the facility, Higa and I took our leave. We were there for a few hours, but the laughter in the lounge never subsided. They really seem to like you.
若い人が珍しいからだよ。
They don't see people our age often, that's all. She was being modest, but that definitely wasn't the only reason. It's because she had a great personality, and a pretty face with a great figure to boot. It was almost strange for her to be unemployed, all things considered. Or if anything, it's actually not the end of the world for her to be jobless because she was blessed already. I couldn't help but think so. She could get married and be a housewife. We were on an isolated island, so according to their values, that was probably a viable option. I could easily picture Higa being an amazing bride. I wanted her to find a nice person to settle down with, but at the same time I didn't. It was complicated. You seemed pretty relaxed today. You didn't make any mistakes either.
それ言わなくてよかったのにな。
I wish you didn't point that out. I really do think you'd be better off without that notebook. She seemed dismissive of the idea. She probably knew it deep down but couldn't muster the courage to take that step. Or did she really think the notebook could do no wrong? I couldn't tell from her
大切
expression.
なものだから。
It's important to me. Higa took the notebook out from her bag. She lifted the cover and read the lesson written on the very first page.
少しずつ頑張ることで明日がある。
A new dawn will come as long as there is effort, whether big or small. It was a senryu, which was a haiku about human nature. Higa gently traced the poem with her finger, as if it held a special memory or meaning. I wonder why she cherished it so much. Several days passed since Higa's arrival. Having finished a good chunk of her paperwork, she resumed her job search. She diligently read through the job advertisements she found. I can introduce you to someone at the ice cream store. I asked Isam for any recommendations. The rainy days ended and peak tourist season arrived. Businesses that thrived on tourism were tourism were looking for temporary
ありがと
workers.
う。でも条件をつけて仕事を探してて。
Thanks, but I'm looking for jobs that fulfill a certain requirement. What are you particularly looking for? Because the only requirement that should matter is that, or the requirements that should matter is 1, it pays well, and 2, it doesn't interfere with your life. But of course, with how things are around here, that's kind of hard to do. Huh? And what would that be?
立派な仕事ができることかな。
It has to be a job worth doing. How abstract. Was this also one of the teachings she learned? It sounded like she cared more about what she'd do on the job rather than how much money she'd make. So something that would contribute to society?
違うんだけど、実はおばあちゃんと約束してて。
Not quite. The thing is, I made a promise to my grandma. Oh?
私、おばあちゃんに育ててもらったんだ。
I was actually raised by her. Huh? By that? It almost sounds like your parents are...
親、いないんだ。いないのかも。
I don't have parents, or rather, I don't think I do. If she doesn't think she does, they might have ran off. And so she's like Hikaru here, but I don't know that for sure. Ika corrected herself, making her situation even more uncertain. She's not sure her parents even exist. One thing was for sure, she didn't seem to have a happy childhood.
ない話なんだけどね。
This isn't exactly a fun story. With that, she began to speak of her past. She didn't remember anything that happened before she was
事故があっ
14.
たんだって。それで私の両親は死んでしまって、私だけが助かったの。
See, I was told that I was in an accident. My parents died and I was the only survivor. Okay, so she might have been too young to remember if this is what we're getting. Oh my god.
その事故でね、私は昔のこと全部忘れちゃったの。
And in that accident, I lost all my memories. Her grandmother refused to tell her the details. She believed Higa was better off not remembering anything and didn't want to give her any potential details that might dredge up those memories. This accident must have been really gruesome, or rather, than just that, it might have been a murder case. To think Higa was a victim of something so horrible, and she was the sole survivor? I should stop here. I've clearly been watching too many shows. That must have been really hard on you. It was a sorry attempt to console her. I wondered if I should tell her that I didn't have parents either, so I didn't seem indifferent. It was the first time I met someone in the same situation, and I wanted her to think I was trying to be self-assertive, but another part of me wanted her to know she wasn't alone. What happened after the accident? I fought the urge to tell her and encouraged her to continue.
14歳からはこの島、おばあちゃんと二人暮らし。すっごいお世話になったんだよ。
I've been living with Grandma on this island since then. I really owe a lot to her. I began to see what she was getting at. She wanted to do something to return the favor, and she felt that could be achieved by becoming an upstanding person. You have a specific type of job in mind? This is a good question here.
実はなくて、本に書いてあるような仕事なのかなって漠然と思ってるんだけど。
I don't. I figured I wanted one that was similar to what I read in my books, but that's pretty much it. They're either fantastical or they're just glorifying it. Because there is no such thing as a job worth doing. She didn't have anything concrete in mind. With nothing to lose, I suggested the career path I felt suited her best. Why not try being an idol? I believe she had the aptitude for it. She was beautiful and had a great body and a fantastic personality to boot. These were things I could only say in this particular situation.
私なんて
There's no way it worked out. Iga smiled sadly. It was an expression that completely lacked confidence. What can she do? I tried asking Leland for ideas. I planned to share any knowledge she might have from her experience living in a rough environment with Higa.
私の知ったことではないわ。
How would I know? Leland responded coldly. He even sensed some animosity in her words. What was she so upset
それ
about?
より冷蔵庫埋めてるあれを何とかして。
More importantly, can you do something about those things in the fridge? What things? I took a peek and immediately spotted the culprit behind Leland's foul mood. It was the beer Higa brought over on the night of the fire. The cans took up half the fridge. This was something beyond our means as minors. So all we could do was have Higa drink it. She seemed stressed from having to deal with the aftermath of the fire, so letting loose might not be a bad idea. Or it might be and she could cause you problems.
だろの
Are you paying attention? I suspected this would happen. Yes, ma'am. Based on the sheer number of beer cans he got purchased, I'd assumed she was a heavyweight. I was wrong. She was super drunk after just one can. Beer cans lined the table. Despite her drunkenness, she kept opening more and more. It was a sorry sight.
私はねダメなんだなねえそうでしょ
You know, I'm so useless you think so too, right? You're not useless, you're amazing.
私怒っちゃった
I'm angry now. Did I do something to make you
何
angry?
に怒ってるかわかる
Do you know why I'm angry? Of course I didn't. She's lazily said the world.
半分はそうもう半分は
That's half of it. You know what the other half is? Yourself?
西目きょん100点
Nishime Bingo! Nishime Bingo! Higa climbed onto the table slowly, becoming closer to me. Despite being able to see her exposed cleavage, I didn't feel any excitement. Rather, I felt like a deer in the headlights.
次はあかりちゃん
You're up next,
こ
Akari.
の質問まだ続けるんですか
Are you going to ask more of these weird questions? Akari was clearly fed
私
up.
も高校生になれるかにゃ
You think I could pass as a high schooler? It was a tough question. Akari shot me a pleading look. I didn't know how to answer that either. I was suddenly reminded of a Greek myth. It was about the Sphinx on Mount Phekion. This Sphinx would challenge any travelers with riddles and would eat them if they got them wrong.
なれると思います
I think you can.
は
Can you prove it? Akari closed her eyes. She mentally prepared herself before asking, "Do you want to try it on?" And you want to try it on? I was kicked out of the living room. Since Akari returned home after taking classes on Hisaku Island, her uniform was still in her bag. Higa was going to try it
もう
on.
いいですよ。
You can come in now. Once she finished changing, I was granted permission to return. To be completely honest, I was very, very excited to see Higa. How would she look in a sailor uniform? Picturing it in my mind means I alone was enough to give me a nosebleed. I took a deep breath and entered the living room. Higa was not in a uniform. She didn't change out of her outfit at all. Per cue?
着替えたという設定なんです。本人は騙せてます。
I'm just pretending she's dressed. I'm trying to trick her. Really? Could she really not tell her clothes and the uniform apart? Was alcohol that destructive? Was this dangerous drug available to the public? No, why was this dangerous drug available to the public? Because it's wanted. I began to have some reservations regarding alcohol, but putting that aside, it seemed like Higa was savoring her time dressed up as a high schooler. From what I hear, alcohol is very much an important part of Japanese culture, but most of all, I think it's just like given out to the public, just like out of tradition or something like that, because for a long time people drank alcohol because it was safer than drinking water. We're lucky today in that we don't have to worry about the water we drink so much. But let's see. I began to have some reservations regarding alcohol, but putting that aside, it seemed like Higa was savoring her time dressed up as a high schooler.
私は JK だぞ。
Haha, I am a student. Wow, you look
すごい
great.
綺麗ですよ。
You're super pretty. I was wondering who this beauty was, but it was you all along, Higa. I became her yes man and praised her to high heaven as I applauded her.
もう誘惑しちゃおうかな。
Shall I try seducing you, Hikaru? Hehe. Out of nowhere, she called me by my given name. My heart skipped a beat. It was like she cast a spell on me and my heart fluttered despite the weird situation. Now full of confidence, Higa indulged herself in her own game of pretend as she sang nursery rhymes and answered math questions. She dragged us into it too, and she continued to sing her praises. I faintly heard someone clicking their tongue in the distance. It was Leland gathering the empty cans. All I wanted was to help raise Higa's spirits, even if my efforts didn't amount to much. My heart, despite its wholesome intentions, would soon be shrouded in darkness. At the time, I never could have imagined how or why it would take a turn for the worse, and that I would eventually have to pay the price. Hey, Akari, huh? Hey, Akatsumi, wasn't there a really pretty lady with huge boobs walking around town the other day? Is she famous? My male classmate cornered me at school one day, jumping at me like a predator lying in wait. His name was Toyotoki, and he was always bugging me. There was no doubt that the pretty lady with the huge boobs was Higa. Well, I guess it could also be Leland. Sheesh, I was surrounded by too many big-breasted beauties. I was this close to throwing a fit. Hello?
聞いてますよ。どの巨乳美人なのか考えていただけです。
I'm listening. I was just wondering who you were referring to, that's all. Are there that many? It's the pale lady with light hair. She seemed kind, too. That would be
あの人
Higa.
はただの知り合いです。
She's
有名人と
just...
いうわけでは。
She's just an acquaintance. She's not a celebrity or anything. Thing is, she looks just like this one person my brother has pictures of.
写真の人？
Pictures? Here, take a look at this. They're literally the same person. With that, Takachi handed me several photos. The person he spoke of did indeed look like
どういう
Higa.
経緯で撮られた写真なんですか？
Could I get some context behind these photos? Oh, you really want to know? How about I tell you if you give me a
バ
kiss?
カ。
Idiot. I poked him in the corner with the corner of my desk pad. Oh, okay. How about going somewhere fun next time you're free? His tone was a little more sincere this time. I felt that I could see through the feelings lying beneath his joking exterior, even if it was ever
そ
so
れではデートみ
slightly.
たいじゃないですか。まあ、高木は悪くないやつですが、それはできませんね。
That's just a date, isn't it? You're not a bad guy, but I'm afraid I will have to decline. Are you going out with someone at
どうで
Kitsumi?
しょう。そうだったらよかったと思いますよ。
Who knows? It'd sure be nice if I was. Come on, just tell me
そ
already.
れは秘密と言ったはずです。秘密が女をより美しく飾り立てるのですよ。
It's a secret, and secrets enhance a woman's beauty. I proudly stood my ground, but Takaji was clearly unmoved as he turned right on his heels and left. How rude.
話あるんだけど。
We need to talk. Leland confronted me one night. It was easy to guess that this wasn't going to be a fun conversation based on her cold attitude. We went out to the yard through the porch. Ego was watching TV in the living room. She wouldn't be able to hear us here.
出て行ってもらいたいの。
I need her to leave. Leland got straight to the point. Her distinctiveness made my breath catch in my throat. Why's
許
that?
せないから。
What she's doing is unacceptable. What exactly is she doing? I asked as a formality, and to say the least she had plenty to say in response. For starters, life was tough. In Leland's case, she struggled and worked hard just to get by. She had nothing but the clothes on her back when she first came to this island, so she built her own living quarters and hunted for food. And yet, here Higa was, being waited on hand and foot. To top it all off, she was a burden on me and Akari. Seeing Higa being showered with things without doing anything in return irritated Leland to no end. That pretty much summed up how she felt. These values were rooted in her rugged lifestyle and upbringing. Still, she brought up a sound argument. To put it bluntly, Higa was definitely not being too picky when it came to her job. No, Higa was definitely being too picky when it came to her job search. And it was true that this extended temporary stay with us. What can she do for you to go easy on
家を
her?
出ていくこと。自分で稼ぐこと。
She needs to leave and to provide for herself. Well, duh! I don't think that would be possible anytime
関
soon.
係ないわ。
It doesn't matter. Thing is, she doesn't have a place to stay. One couldn't exactly pay rent if they were unemployed. Ika told me so
仕
herself.
事なんて選ばなければすぐに見つかるわ。
She'll find a job easily as long as she isn't choosy. Higa's goal is to find something upstanding, though. And there is no such job like that. I'm siding with Leland here.
ヒカルは比嘉の味方なの。
Are you taking her side, Hikaru? What do you mean by that? It's not like you have any enemies here, do you? I knew what you meant, but feigned ignorance. It wasn't a question I could answer. If Leland stormed away at this moment, things would remain ambiguous. I would have much preferred our discussion to end on that note. But alas, it didn't. Leland wasn't about to let me off so
あいつ
easily.
ばっかり構ってる。
You're giving
そういうこ
all
とも見て。
you're giving all of your attention to her. I wish you'd look at me sometimes too. She stared into my eyes. There was no blushing or even a hint of bashfulness. It was a simple yet earnest request. I was completely defenseless against her sincerity, which was why I had a hard time responding to it. Even if you tell me that, I'm not entirely sure where I should be looking. I deserved a good slap for that. It was only half true. I had never gotten to know anyone on a deep level, and I just couldn't bring myself to do so now.
もういい。
I'm done. Done with
ヒ
what?
カルと話すのが。
Speaking to you. She ended the conversation. Her voice is cold.
話をつけてきて。できないなら力ずくで追い出す。
Make her leave. If you can't, I'll kick her out by force if I have to. And she's being reasonable here. Leland left after delivering her ultimatum. We weren't able to come to a compromise. It was my fault for being bad at negotiating. But I was terrified. Just over dealing with people's emotions. Okay, yep. And it pissed me off. What do I do? Leland gave me a time limit, so Higa didn't have long to get back on her feet. I immediately went to Akari for help.
というのは、リルーさんなりの言い訳で、本心は別のところにあるのだと思いますけれどね。
That's just Leland's cover-up. I really think her true feelings on the matter lie elsewhere. What matter are you
リ
referring
ルーさん
to?
が比嘉さんに厳しく当たる理由ですよ。
The reason why she's being so hard on
あかりの
Higa.
目から見ても、西目さんは比嘉さんのことを褒めすぎていて、ムカつく場面が多かったですからね。
Even I thought you were fawning over her too much. It's been bothering me for a while now. I didn't know that. I had no idea it was that bad. And I probably never would have figured it out if it weren't for Akari. She could have said so
自分で
earlier.
気づけなければ意味はありませんよ。
There's no point if you can't see it yourself. I see. I was on my own for this one. I couldn't help but feel a pang of loneliness. It had been a while since I felt this way.
ところで、話しておきたいことが。
There's something else I wanted to talk to you about. Akari took out several photos. What are these? They depicted a girl in a suggestive outfit, making a peace sign. These are pictures of a pinup girl taken by an amateur photographer. Those were my initial impressions. But something about them bothered me. What's going on? Her makeup was so thick that she looked like a completely different person. I almost didn't recognize her at first, but her innocent smile and unrealistic proportions felt oddly familiar. The girl in the photo was someone I knew very well. It was Higa.
他のもどうぞ。
There's more here too. I looked through the other photos Akari took out. There was one I found where she stood very close to a male fan, clad in a suggestive outfit that emphasized her chest. In another one, she had on something that looked like a swimsuit. Her sultry indecency gave me goosebumps. Something inside me broke at that moment. Slut. Tramp. Bitch. Cruel words surfaced in my mind one after the other. Was overwhelmed with betrayal. I didn't understand why. I had been forcing my one-sided expectations of modesty and innocence onto her all this time. So why was I so hurt? What are these?
あかりも詳細は知りません。クラスの男子から借りたものですから。
I'm not too sure of the details myself. These are photos of what a guy in my class lent to me. What do you say about them?
兄貴が古本屋で買った漫画に挟まっていたと。
He said his older brother found them within the pages of a manga he bought at a second-hand bookstore. Whoever owned it must have been using the photos as a bookmark and forgot to take them out. This was pretty common when buying used books. In any case, it'd be impossible to find the original owner. Are there any leads?
残念ながら。
No, unfortunately.
アイドルグループに所属していたのではないですか?
But it's pretty obvious she belonged to an idol group, right? Why would you say that? The kind of photos that she had, I don't think that would be so much an idol group.
背景も舞台ですし、文化祭や部活動の域は超えていると思います。
There's a stage in the background and it seems more professional than a school event or club. I can't believe it. There was no way she would be an idol. Iga said so herself. She didn't even seem remotely interested. But that wasn't it at all. She was lying.
でしょうね。そして、あかりはそこに比嘉さんがダメになってしまった要因があるのだと思います。
Or that could just be before her memories were wiped. It all depends on when her parents died. I'd assume so. Also, I feel like this might be the root of all her
聞い
issues.
た話だと、比嘉さんは仕事のために島を出たそうです。
From what I've heard, she first left the island because of her job. You really looked into her.
親に聞いただけですよ。狭い島ですから、少し聞けばわかります。
I just asked my parents about it, that's all. It's a small island, so it's easy to dig up information just by asking
それに
around.、
あかりにできるのはここまでです。あとはどうなっても知りません。
Anyway, this is as much as I'll do. Whatever happens next has nothing to do with me. After all's said and done, she's not a bad person at all.
ひょっとして、あかりに惚れてしまいましたか？
Hehe.
お
Have
兄
you
さんなんか捨てて、こっちに乗り換えるというプランもありますよ。
Have you fallen for me, perhaps? There's always the option of abandoning Leland and hopping onto the Akari Express, you know. I just want to punch you in the face even though you've been helpful in shedding light on Higa. I was referring to Higa. She's a good person, I'm sure of it.
おっと、それはちょっとずるくありませんか？今のミスリードは人権侵害や名誉毀損の疑いがありますよ。
Hey, isn't that a
これは
little...
訴訟も辞しませんよ。
Hey, isn't that a little unfair? That was so cruelly misleading, I could totally take you to court for human rights violations and slander. My gosh. I want to punch you in the face right now, Akari. I could see the steam coming out from Akari's ears and gave her an apology via head pats. Higa's return from Naha and her initial departure from Toyotoki Island. I didn't know any of the particulars behind these two events. She only gave me bits and pieces when I asked. It wasn't like me knowing about her past would help her find a job. There was also no good reason to expose her lies. so I forcibly squashed any desire I had to investigate. No, you really should ask her about it. My efforts were denied by someone unexpected. My manager, Suzuki, over lunch. She was deftly finishing up some paperwork as she ate. She said all I need to do is stamp these with my hands with my Honko seal, and did so without reading through any of the documents. I wasn't sure what they were for, but she stamped sections with, "Have you double-checked this?" or "Please be sure to read the highlighted text." What particularly caught my attention was the fact that these documents were dated for the future. When I pointed that out, she said, "I guess it's all just speculation then," with a smug look. Back to the topic at hand, Nishime. You don't understand women at all. You can't pursue them half-heartedly. They have their expectations too. Isn't that right, Yoshi? Don't you like being on the receiving end of things? I find that to be a pain in the butt, so I actually make moves first. I'm not asking about you. Stop making things confusing by adding something as so unnecessary. These kind of discussions irritate me. So I understand Yoshi's position a lot. Like, not the pursuing romance and that kind of thing, but I really hate when people go like, "You're a guy, please explain this," and I'm like, I can't. Every person's their own person, regardless of gender. And you're also furthering stereotypes if you try and do that. Because everyone's different because of culture and upbringing. You can't really do a one-size-fits-all on a lot of things. This is clearly power harassment. We like our men to be passionate, that's just a fact. Well, I did hear that men who aren't traditionally masculine are growing in popularity too. That's probably only a trend in mainland Japan. We're in Okinawa, so aren't we closer to Seoul? I don't know about that. 'Cause isn't Korea in the northern part of Asia, I want to say? I don't know for sure though, but I should probably look into it later. I couldn't keep up with her logic. You might not have known this, but I'm actually Korean. I was born in Seoul. Not only did I learn something completely unexpected through this conversation, but I also received a rundown on how romance worked in South Korea. This wasn't exactly beneficial to me, but I know Suzuki meant well, so I gratefully listened to her lecture. It was probably my admirable attitude that paid off. My fate took a turn for the better soon after. Come to think of it, don't you know a lot about those idol photos too, Yoshi? Oh yeah, but they're pictures of the guys at the host clubs. Do you know of any stores, the ones that sell those pictures? Could you help him find them? Sounds like a pain, so no thanks. This is a direct order from your boss. Seriously? Fine, wait for me at the entrance when your shift's over. She could have just refused, but Yoshi was a faithful employee. While her attitude said otherwise, it seemed like she did care. I felt fortunate for the connections I made here. When the appointed time came, I changed out of my hotel uniform into my regular clothes. I left the employee-only entrance and found Yoshi waiting. She wore a simple outfit consisting of a t-shirt and baggy pants. It was about what you would expect from a college student, not overly trendy but not tacky or lazy either. Are you good on time? The ferry arrives in around less than an hour. If we're close to the boarding area, I'll have a little more leeway. We should be fine then. Thanks for doing this, by the way. I know you were forced into it. Totally. She thrust her index finger at me. It's a real pain, so let's just hurry up and get this over with. Yoshi took me to the edge of a residential area. We arrived at a 3-story building which stood among a cluster of houses. The store was located on the ground floor. It looked like a second-hand bookstore, but the display cases were too large for just books. Idle photos and merch lined the shelves, organized by genre. This used to be a videotape store. Do you know what those are? Are you talking about videos? Not really. They're boxes with tapes in them. They were used before DVDs were a thing. Huh? I didn't know that. I was thoroughly impressed, but she just clicked her tongue at me. I was just complimenting her knowledge. That aside, it became a store that accepted used goods of all kinds, leading to its current state as an idle merch shop. While I saw some old watches and bags toward the back, most of the shelves contained photos and merchandise. Their stock included fans, concert towels, and posters decorated with pretty male and female idols. I was so overwhelmed by their perfect appearance that it warped my beauty standards as I saw more. Some of them even started looking less attractive. The underground groups should be around here. There was a section farther in the back where the items were neatly divided by merch type. The photos in the corner were all placed in an album. I assumed this was because there weren't enough of them to display on their own. I took the pictures out from their sleeves one by one to get a better look at them. The groups in this section were either underground or local. These idols would generally hold performances or special events in downtown areas of their home cities. Their main selling point was their closeness to fans, and their tagline was something along the lines of, "Idols you can meet." This barely scratched the surface, even I know this much. But I didn't know much else about idol culture, so I was completely useless when it came to the particulars behind the photos I was looking through. Those are ickies. Fans pay to get photos taken with the idols. Some small theater troupes do that too. You sure know a lot. I just know someone who does these. The music playing throughout the store changed to a song by a female idol group. I couldn't see the owner anywhere, but they might have noticed us looking through the female idol section through the cameras and put it on for us. I continued to flip through the pages of the album despite the situation I conjured up in my head. Eventually I came across the picture I had come for. It was simple and didn't leave any particularly outstanding traits. I could have easily skipped over if I weren't paying close attention. But after a good look, the subject was definitely a familiar face. That does look like her. I compared it to the ones Akari gave me and noticed one common trait. her noticeably large chest. The photo had her signature and the date written on it. It looked like Higa's stage name was Smoogie. In other words, probably her family name. Well, in her case, it was just her actual name. The date on it told me it was taken 3 years ago. That meant that she would have been in her 3rd year of college. Though if I remembered correctly, she mentioned that she never attended one. That stage is over in Naha. How could you tell? The name of the studio was written on a different photo. Yoshi found a similar picture in a different album. According to this one, this was taken 2 years ago. We continued to unearth more clues behind Higa's past. Her makeup was different depending on the photo, and where it was lighter, it was clearer that the person in them was Higa. Since we found several of them in the second-hand goods store alone, she must have been relatively popular. She's just an underground idol, so this could all be from one super dedicated fan. When the idol retires, the fan loses their will to live and sells them. Just one person for this many chickies, and you have to pay for each one? My brother told me so. She knew someone with first-hand experience. Each photo is 1,000 yen, right? With this many, Higa should be rolling in money. Just because you spend money on an idol doesn't mean she reaps the benefits. It all goes to management. Reality was cruel. The most recent photo is from last year, so I bet the owner left them alone and hoped for a comeback, then got depressed and sold them half a year later. I could totally see that happening. If the seller really was a huge fan of Higa like Yoshi said, maybe we could get some more information out of them if we were able to find them. Doesn't seem worth the trouble to look, and I'm pretty sure the owner doesn't want anything to do with this anymore. It'd be pretty sad if they refused to cooperate despite us reaching out to them directly. I wasn't a police officer or a detective, which meant my hands were tied. I mean, do you really need to ask, though? It's pretty obvious what happened. That's true. Hold on, guys. Okay. Nothing to worry about. Let's see, that's true. Higa was working as an idol in Naha until last year. She failed to achieve her dream and returned home. That was pretty much the gist based on what we saw. It was no surprise she kept it under wraps. It wasn't the best circumstances that forced her to return home after all. I thought about whether or not to bring the idol thing up with Higa the entire ferry ride home. I looked into it as Suzuki instructed, but in the end, this had nothing to do with her job hunt. I had crossed a line that I wasn't sure would be forgiven with a simple apology. Well, if I ever mentioned it, no one would find out. But keeping it to myself wouldn't be fair either. I engaged in a silent battle with my inner sense of justice. If I were to put myself in Higa's shoes, it was apparent that the best course of action would be to keep quiet. I just had to put up a front. Pretend I didn't know anything. I nodded repeatedly to myself as if to convince myself of that. And yet something still tugged at me. The series of unfortunate events didn't end there. I wanted to atone for my crimes, so I figured I'd buy something sweet on the way home. But right before I entered the room, I heard an ear-piercing shriek that stopped me in my tracks. The sound was all too familiar, reminding me of my aunt and her hysteric episodes. I felt the urge to turn tail and go straight to my room upstairs out of habit. I always made sure to keep my distance whenever my aunt lost control of her emotions, because if I didn't, I'd end up being her punching bag. I needed to calm down. This wasn't my aunt's house. There was no second floor, and this was probably an issue I couldn't simply brush off. One thing was for sure, something was clearly going on in the living room. I stilled my resolve and opened the door to find Higa sitting on the floor. Leland was standing in front of her. While her expression was completely blank, it only served to highlight her anger. Seeing Akari by the door, I asked her to fill me in. What's going on?
リルーさんが比嘉さんに注意をしたというのが始まりなのですが。
Well, it all started with Leland giving Higa some advice. Apparently Leland was so fed up with Higa not working that she ended up confronting her about it. She aired her grievances to me the other day, so it was no surprise that she talked to Higa directly. That would have been fine if it ended there. But considering the foul mood, that definitely wasn't all.
比嘉さんが祖母を頼ると言っていまして。
Higa mentioned going to her grandmother for help. Her grandmother?
それがリルーさんとしては気に入らなかったのかと。
Yes, and Leland wasn't happy with that.
当然でしょ。
Of course I wasn't. Leland spoke
比
up.
嘉は今、ただで暮らしてるのよ。そのくせ、追い出されそうになったら別の人間を頼る。
Higa's getting by without paying a single penny, and even when she's about to get kicked out for it, she's just going to do the same thing with someone
どこま
else.
で甘えたら気が済むの？
How long are you going to keep this up? I don't see anything wrong with it. I think going to her grandma's is a pretty good
理由を
option.
聞いてもそう言える？
Can you still say that after hearing why? Okay, why is she doing it
ノー
then?
トに書いてあったからなのよ。
Because it's written in her
自
notebook.
分では考えずに、そこに書いてあることだけで未来を決めている。
Rather than making her own decision, she's leaving everything up to that book. And this is exactly why she needs therapy. There it is again. Whenever Higo was involved, it was almost guaranteed that the notebook would come up too. Is that true?
うん。
Yeah. Asking Higa directly, she gave me a short response. It was clear that she didn't see anything wrong with her choices. It was frustrating to see, especially when her shortcomings clearly stemmed from being overly dependent on the notebook. Why do you always insist on following it? It's been more harmful than helpful.
ここには成功した人たちの教えが書いてあるから、うまくいかないはずがないんだよ。
It contains teachings from successful people. There is no way anything could go wrong by following them. This annoys me. Because all people who have been successful, like Einstein, no, like I want to say Edison, not Einstein, but Edison and the Kentucky Colonel, they've had failures after failures. They didn't give up, because you only lose when you you only truly lose when you give up. But they didn't give up. They just kept going and learning from their mistakes. Their tips for how they finally succeeded are theirs, and they have worked for their situation. It won't work for everyone. But yes, her dependence on the notebook here does suggest that she really needs therapy. But the thing is, it's having the opposite effect.
それは 私の力が足りていなかったから、もっと努力しないといけないんだよ。
I'm just not trying hard enough. I have to keep pushing myself.
普通の人間ができるようなことを努力しなきゃできない時点でおかしいのよ。
Isn't it a little weird to work hard for things anyone can do? Oh, I agree with you, Leland. Hey, watch your tone. Let her talk, Hikaru. Couldn't help raising my voice. Leland's words were just that hurtful, as was her ill intent toward Higa overall, to say the
私
least.
は思ったことを言っただけ。不
I
思
was-
議で仕方ないの。どうして自分のことを自分で決められないわけ？
I was just expressing my thoughts. I don't get it at all. Why can't you make decisions on your own?
比嘉はどうしたいの？
What is it that you want to do, Higa?
あんたみたいな弱い人間はとっくに死んでいておかしくないのに。
A weakling like you should be long dead by now. Don't force your values on her. Higa's different. Well, yes, but Leland's not technically forcing her values on to Higa. She's asking Higa good questions like, what does Higa want to do?
ヒカルだって分かってるくせに。
Or what he wants. Or what she wants. You know exactly what I mean, Hikaru. She pointed straight at me, making me jump in shock. I barely managed to squeeze out a response asking what she was referring to, but I was pretty sure my voice was shaking as I
その
did.
ノートが諸悪の根源だってこと。それがある限り、比嘉は自分の頭で考えないわ。
It all comes down to that notebook. As long as she has it, she'll never be able to think for herself. But she'd also suffer without it. And this is why she needs therapy. Losing her one and only crutch would be a big hit to her motivation and confidence. It was strange to say so after blaming it for her failures. I kept my contradictory thoughts to myself. I knew these things for a while. Oh, now. But I never brought it up. I felt Higa would break if I did.
あんたにも罪があるわ。
This is your fault, too. Oh, it most definitely is his fault. Leland directed her anger at me.
原因が分かっていて甘やかしたこと。それで誰が得をしたの？
You fawned over her despite knowing all of this. How did that help anyone? It didn't. You're right, Leland. I didn't want to push her. I was thinking of other ways to help. Also, she's older, so I didn't think it was my place to intervene. Excuses surfaced in my mind, one after the other. I never thought to get to the heart of the matter. That was the cold, hard truth.
あんたがやらないなら、私がやるわ。
If you're not going to do it, then I will. Leland swiftly took action. Alright, let's see. Got about 10 minutes left, so we're gonna probably let this play out and see how long that takes us. Let's see, so Leland swiftly took action. She pushed past Higa, who was still on the floor, and picked up the fallen notebook.
返してください。
Hey, give that back! Higa reached out to take the notebook, only for Leland to push her aside again. She threw the book open. She put so much power into her grip that the tough book began to warp and shape. The thick booklet was powerless to Leland, who was using magic to enhance her arm strength. Before long, we could hear the sound of shredding paper. No! As Higa screamed, her precious notebook was ripped clean in half. Leland threw the 2 pieces at Higa. One of them hit her in the head with a dull thud. Higa didn't move. She was in a crumpled heap on the floor, eyes downcast. Leland went about it way too aggressively, and yet somewhere inside I was relieved, because I didn't have to dirty my hands. Leland took it upon herself to do what needed to be done. My guilty conscience wouldn't let me say a word. You're too cruel, ugh.
これですっきりしたでしょ？少しは自分の頭で考えたら？
How do you feel? Isn't it liberating? Will you be able to think for yourself now? But she needs a therapist.
なんとか言ったら。
Why won't you say anything? You...
は？聞こえないわ。
Huh? I can't hear you.
許せない。
How could you? Higa slowly stood up. I noticed her movements were slightly unsteady. Soon I couldn't follow them at all. I suddenly felt a shockwave from the ground. Hey, sorry. Glad to see you here. Even though it's towards the tail end of the stream, go ahead and shout yourself out. But things have gotten kind of intense, though. I am kind of annoyed with... Alright. I suddenly felt a shockwave from the ground that was so strong I thought a truck had crashed into the house. Leland was suddenly thrown across the room and slowly slid down the wall like I had only ever seen in anime. A heavy silence descended on the room. No one moved a muscle, except for Higa, whose fist was in the air, shoulders moving in rhythm to her shallow, ragged breaths.
やったわね。
Now you've done it. A wicked smile flashed across Leland's face. One that said she'd been cleaning the floors with anyone... One that said she'd be cleaning the floors with anyone who stood in her way. There was nothing that could stand between them. Leland used her strength-enhancing magic and drew closer to Higa. No one could stand a chance against a punch thrown under those circumstances, but Leland didn't know mercy or restraint. A frail woman like Higa would easily be thrown out of the house if she fell victim to that. But that didn't happen. Leland was the one who ended up outside. Fortunately, the window was already open, so no glass was broken, but she flew through the window with screaming upon being hit. How much force could that have taken? I couldn't even begin to imagine. All we knew was that Higa threw Leland. Nothing more, nothing less. You'll pay for that. Higa walked over to Leland as she tried to stand up. She went into the yard with just her socks on. Leland attempted to throw another powerful punch, but Higa stopped it with just one hand. Let go of me! Higa used the other to give Leland a hard slap. Leland staggered from the impact. This had to be a dream. Leland was using magic. Her strength-enhancing spell made her several times more powerful than the average person, and yet here was Higa going head-to-head with her without any buffs and winning. The standoff had Leland's back against the wall. What are you? It probably lasted around a few minutes. At this point, the fight was completely one-sided. Leland eventually fell to her knees. If you're gonna kill me, just do it. She surrendered. Leland lost. It was an unbelievable turn of events. Higa simply wiped her tears with the back of her
もう
hand.
いいです。いくら叩いてもノートは戻ってこないし。
I've had enough. No matter how much I hurt you, the notebook won't come back. She left the yard and went out the gate without another
せ
word.
めて靴を履いてください。
Please put your shoes on at least. Akari was the only one who was able to speak up. I couldn't even bring myself to say anything. I wasn't afraid to step in on Higa's behalf until now. But in these trying times, I couldn't even lift a finger. All I could do was stand there in awe. How pathetic. Akari punched me on the shoulder at some point, jolting me back to reality. She silently pointed to Leland, who was lying unconscious in the garden. I woke her up and helped her get the mud off her
こんな
clothes.
時だけ優しくしないで。
How could you be nice to me at a time like this? My bad. Who knows what I was apologizing for? I sure didn't. Let me check on things here. Alright. Let me at least get to an image and then I think I'll call it. Because it would be hard for me to detect where I'm at with just this black screen. The three of us barely spoke to each other after that. Akari and I created the excuse of treating her wounds to keep busy. At times, all we could do was check in on her general condition to keep up the facade.
では、あかりはこれで。
I'll be heading back now. Kari eventually went home, leaving the two of us on our own. Alright. We'll just try and let this play out. Since it's still got that same tension. Finally sunk in how unusual it was for the two of us to be alone in the evenings. If only I could turn back time to 2 months ago. What did we usually talk about? I felt like we usually retired to our rooms without saying much. That was probably for the best in this case. I could leave Leland all battered and bruised in the living room and read manga in my room. That was the worst possible thing I could do now. I was one of the causes of the fight after all. I think. They were already fighting when I returned home, so part of me felt like I'd be justified in saying I wasn't part of it. No, that's just what I wanted to believe. I couldn't deny that I definitely had something to do with Leland's fit of anger. Alright. Seems the tension is somewhat gone here. Like, yes, there's still some sadness, but the tension's mostly gone, so I'm gonna save and call it a day. I thank you all for coming. If you're watching this on YouTube and you liked this, be sure to leave a like and hit that subscribe button and bell notification to hopefully be notified of when I'll be live again. And if you're on Twitch, you know what to do. Speaking of Twitch, let me check on somebody to raid. I have someone in mind, but I want to make sure that they're online first before I go looking. Ooh, they are. Okay, not too sure how long he's going to be on, but I'm going to be raiding Jason again. He's playing East 10. Tell him that I'll be dropping in when I can and give him my regards. And with that out of the way, as for when I'll be streaming again, I possibly tomorrow morning, but be sure to check my socials on that. And with that out of the way, I thank you all again for coming. Bye!